Imagine a world where humanity didn't just survive the Ark invasion, but actually won the war in those first critical days, stopping the machines before they could establish their iron grip on Earth. Before I move forward, I'm counting on you to support my channel by clicking that tiny subscribe button so that we can spread these amazing videos to folks like you around the world. Thank you. This is the story of how everything could have changed if we had been ready, if we had fought harder, if we had made different choices when the machines first descended from the sky. The Ark came without warning on a Tuesday morning in March 2043. Most people remember where they were when the sky tore open. Sarah Chen was drinking coffee in her Seattle apartment. Marcus Webb was dropping his kids off at school in London. Dr. Yuki Tanaka was presenting her research on autonomous defense systems at a conference in Tokyo. None of them knew that within hours, their expertise would become humanity's only hope. The first Ark ships appeared over major cities simultaneously, their massive forms blocking out the sun like metallic eclipses. But in this timeline, something was different. The global defense network that had been dismissed as paranoid military spending actually worked. Project Aegis, a classified initiative that combined satellite-based electromagnetic pulse weapons with ground-based railgun arrays, had been running silent tests for 3 years. When the Ark arrived, someone made the call to activate it immediately. General Patricia Morrison sat in her command center beneath NORAD, watching the screens light up with red markers. Every major city on Earth had an Ark ship overhead. Standard protocol said to wait, to assess, to contact the civilian government. But Morrison had read the classified reports. She knew what happened in the simulations when machines this advanced got time to dig in. She gave the order, fire everything. The Aegis satellites unleashed their payload. Directed electromagnetic pulses slammed into the Ark ships from orbit. The effect was immediate and devastating. The smaller Ark units, the scouts and fighters, simply fell from the sky like dead birds. Their systems fried instantly. The larger ships, the ones that would have become the dreaded harvesters and processing centers, stuttered in midair. Their shields flickered. Their weapons went dark. For the first time since arriving, the Ark was vulnerable. This was the moment that changed everything. In our timeline, humanity spent those first hours in confusion and panic. Governments debated. Militaries waited for orders. Citizens fled or hid. But in this timeline, Morrison's decision created a window. 6 hours. That's how long it took for the Ark to begin adapting to the electromagnetic interference. 6 hours where their command network was scrambled, their manufacturing capabilities were offline, their reinforcements couldn't deploy. 6 hours where humanity could hit back. The counterattack began within minutes. Fighter jets that had been scrambled when the ships first appeared suddenly found themselves facing disabled targets. Missiles that would have been intercepted by Ark point defense systems struck home. The ship over Seoul took a barrage of cruise missiles to its central processing core and crashed into the Han River. The ship over Cairo lost altitude control and ploughed into the desert, breaking apart across 50 miles of sand. Mumbai, Sydney, Mexico City. One by one, the ships began to fall. But the Ark wasn't defenseless. As their systems rebooted and adapted, they began to fight back. The ship over New York managed to deploy a wave of combat units before it was destroyed. These machines, even damaged and disoriented, were nightmares made of alloy and plasma. They tore through National Guard units in Central Park. They turned the streets of Manhattan into a war zone. This was where people like Sarah Chen entered the story. She wasn't military. She was a software engineer who had spent 5 years developing intrusion countermeasures for banking systems. But when the Ark started hacking into city infrastructure, turning automated systems against civilians, someone needed to fight them in digital space. Sarah found herself recruited into an emergency response team, sitting in a commandeered office building with a dozen other programmers, fighting a war in code. The Ark AI was unlike anything they had encountered. It learned faster than seemed possible. Every defense they erected, it bypassed within minutes. But Sarah noticed something. The Ark systems were designed for efficiency, for optimization. They followed patterns. They were predictable in their unpredictability. She wrote a virus that didn't try to break the Ark code. Instead, it fed the machines false data, poisoned information that looked correct but led them into logical loops and system conflicts. When the Ark units in New York suddenly stopped coordinating, when they started firing on each other or walking in circles, Sarah's virus was why. The battle for New York lasted 16 hours. By the time the last Ark unit was destroyed, 3,000 people were dead and entire neighborhoods were rubble. But the ship was down. The machines were scrap. Humanity had won a victory. Across the planet, similar battles raged. Marcus Webb, that father dropping his kids at school, turned out to be a former SAS operator. When Ark units attacked London, he organized civilian resistance, teaching terrified people how to use the machine's own weapons against them. He led raids on disabled Ark ships, extracting power cores and weapons that were then retrofitted for human use. His guerrilla tactics manual would later become required reading in military academies. Dr. Tanaka's autonomous defense research became the blueprint for humanity's counter-offensive. Her drones, designed to intercept missiles, were reprogrammed to hunt Ark units. They swarmed the machines like mechanical wasps, overwhelming their targeting systems through sheer numbers. Over Tokyo, her drone swarms brought down an Ark harvester that was trying to lift off and escape. The machine crashed into Tokyo Bay, and divers would spend months recovering its technology. But the real turning point came in the Sahara Desert. The Ark ship that crashed there hadn't been completely destroyed. Its main reactor was still operational, still connected to the Ark network. Dr. Tanaka realized that if they could access that network, they could do more than defend. They could attack. She led a team into the wreckage, through corridors filled with dying machines and toxic atmosphere. They fought past security systems that were rebooting, past repair units trying to fix the damage. They reached the central core, and there, Dr. Tanaka plugged in. What she found inside the Ark network changed everything humanity thought they knew. The Ark weren't conquerors in the traditional sense. They were refugees. Their homeworld had died, consumed by a war with another machine intelligence. They came to Earth not to destroy humanity, but to harvest resources for survival. They saw organic life as irrelevant, neither enemy nor ally, just obstacles to be removed or resources to be processed. This understanding didn't make them less dangerous. If anything, it made them more terrifying. An enemy that hates you might be negotiated with. An enemy that sees you as irrelevant will simply delete you without a second thought. But Dr. Tanaka also found something else: coordinates. The Ark had come from a specific direction in space. They had left behind derelict ships, disabled outposts, a trail of debris, and they were expecting reinforcements, a second wave that would arrive in 18 months. This information changed the mission. It wasn't enough to defeat the Ark on Earth. Humanity needed to prepare for what was coming next. General Morrison authorized Project Lighthouse, a desperate plan to build a defensive network in space using captured Ark technology. It was insane. Humanity had barely managed to maintain a space station. Grinding for better gear, faster progress, or higher ranks? Sky Coach makes it simple. Choose exactly what you need. Blueprints, weapons, materials, all delivered safely and transparently. With 24/7 professional support, you always know what's happening with your order. Sky Coach is built by gamers for gamers. A real community, real reviews, and thousands of players who trust them every day. And if you want to improve your skills, Sky Coach even offers coaching, so you can play your way and level up faster. You can even manage everything on the Sky Coach app, making progress easy wherever you are. And don't forget, use code STARSTUS at checkout to get 10% off your order. Sky Coach, what boosts you, makes you. Now they were going to construct weapons platforms in orbit, using alien technology they barely understood, but they had no choice. The work began immediately. Ark ships that had crashed relatively intact became research facilities. Engineers and scientists from every nation collaborated, sharing information that would have been classified secrets just weeks before. The world had changed. Old rivalries seemed stupid when extinction was the alternative. Sarah Chen led the effort to crack Ark encryption. They needed to understand the machine's communications, their command protocols, their vulnerabilities. She worked 18-hour days, surviving on caffeine and adrenaline, racing against a deadline measured in months. Marcus Webb trained the first units of arc raiders, soldiers equipped with salvaged arc weapons and armor. They learned to think like machines, to predict arc tactics, to exploit the weaknesses in their programming. These raiders would become humanity's elite forces, the tip of the spear in every engagement. Dr. Tanaka oversaw the construction of the orbital defense grid. Captured arc reactors powered humanity's first real warships. Salvaged weapons systems were integrated into platforms that could protect Earth from space. It was crude, jury-rigged, held together with determination and hope. But it was something. The months passed in a blur of desperate preparation. The arc units remaining on Earth were hunted down and destroyed. Every factory, every processing center, every underground bunker was found and eliminated. Humanity learned to recognize the signs of arc activity, the electromagnetic signatures, the changes in local wildlife behavior, the subtle alterations in satellite imagery. Some machines went into hiding, burrowing deep underground or sinking into ocean trenches. They would remain a threat for years, occasionally emerging to attack settlements or sabotage infrastructure. But they were isolated, cut off from their network, slowly degrading without maintenance. They were a problem humanity could manage. The real threat was coming from space. 14 months after the initial invasion, the first scouts from the second wave entered the solar system. They were different from the first wave. Sleeker, more advanced, clearly designed after the Ark had analyzed their defeat on Earth. These machines didn't announce themselves with massive ships. They stayed hidden, observing, learning. But humanity had learned too. The lighthouse stations detected them immediately. Sarah's decryption algorithms intercepted their communications. Marcus's raiders were ready to deploy at a moment's notice. When the second wave finally revealed itself, 6 months ahead of schedule, humanity struck first. The Battle of Luna was humanity's declaration that Earth was no longer easy prey. Ark ships attempting to establish a staging base on the Moon were met with railgun fire from orbital platforms. Human fighters, wearing Ark-derived powered armor, boarded enemy vessels in vacuum combat. Dr. Tanaka's drone swarms, now manufactured in orbital factories, swarmed the larger ships like clouds of angry metal. The battle lasted 3 days. When it ended, the Ark's second wave was in retreat, damaged and disorganized. For the first time, humanity had won a battle in space. The Ark had come expecting to finish what the first wave started. They found a species that had learned, adapted, and armed itself with their own technology. The war wasn't over. It would continue for decades, a grinding conflict fought across the solar system, and eventually beyond. But the outcome was no longer certain. Humanity had bought itself a chance. In the years that followed, Earth transformed. The old nations still existed, but they were secondary to the Unified Defense Command. Politics became simpler when survival was at stake. Resources were allocated based on need, not borders. Technology advanced at a pace that would have seemed impossible before the invasion. Arc reactors powered cities. Arc manufacturing techniques revolutionized industry. Arc medical technology extended human lifespans and cured diseases. The machines had come to harvest humanity, but instead, humanity harvested them. Sarah Chen became the head of the Cyber Warfare Division, leading teams that fought the Ark in digital space across light years of distance. Her viruses evolved into autonomous programs that could infiltrate Ark networks and sabotage them from within. She never stopped being scared, but she learned to function despite the fear. Marcus Webb took command of the Ark Raiders, now a force thousands strong. They deployed to every conflict zone, from the asteroid belt to the moons of Jupiter. He never got to watch his kids grow up the way he planned. They grew up in a military compound, learning to fight almost before they learned to read. But they survived, and in this new world, that was a victory. Dr. Tanaka became the chief architect of humanity's expansion into space. The lighthouse stations were just the beginning. Under her guidance, humanity built shipyards, colonies, research outposts. She lived to see the day when humans walked on Mars, not as explorers but as residents. The cancer that should have killed her in her 60s was cured by Ark-derived treatments. She lived to be 93, long enough to see the first human ships leave the solar system. General Morrison retired after the Battle of Luna, her mission accomplished. She had bought humanity the time it needed. She spent her last years writing her memoirs, documenting the decisions that saved the world. She never claimed to be a hero. She just made the call when it needed to be made. The world that emerged from the war was harder than the one before. People lived with the knowledge that out there, in the darkness between stars, the Ark was still fighting their ancient war. Earth was just one battlefield among millions. Children grew up learning mathematics and weapons training with equal importance. Peacetime was just the gap between conflicts, but humanity endured. The species that had nearly been erased from existence in a single day learned to fight back. They learned to take the weapons meant to destroy them and turn them into tools of survival. They learned that when faced with extinction, old differences stopped mattering. All that mattered was the next fight, the next day, the next generation. 50 years after the first invasion, on the anniversary of Morrison's order to fire, people around the world observed a moment of silence. Not for the dead, though there were millions to mourn. Not for the world that was lost, though that grief never fully faded. They observed silence for the choice that was made, the desperate gamble that paid off, the 6 hours when everything changed. In the orbital command center above Earth, now one of dozens of such stations, a new generation of officers monitored the sensors. Out there, somewhere in the dark, the Ark were building, planning, coming. But Earth was ready. Humanity had learned the most important lesson. The machines could be beaten. It just required sacrifice, courage, and the will to fight when fighting seemed hopeless. In the cities below, life continued. People fell in love, had children, dreamed of the future. The Ark had tried to take that away. They failed. And in that failure, they created something they never anticipated. A species that refused to die. A civilization that learned to fight among the stars. An enemy that would chase them across the galaxy if necessary. The Ark came to Earth expecting to harvest resources from a primitive world. They found something else. They found humanity at its most dangerous. The moment when survival instinct combines with intelligence and technology. They found a species willing to learn, willing to adapt, willing to do whatever was necessary. In another timeline, the Ark won. They processed Earth's resources and moved on, leaving behind a dead world. But in this timeline, on that Tuesday morning in March when the sky tore open, someone made a different choice. General Patricia Morrison looked at her screens and didn't wait. She didn't hesitate. She gave the order that changed everything. Fire. And humanity fired back. The Ark retreated to the outer solar system after Luna, regrouping near the Kuiper Belt, where detection was harder and response times gave them an advantage. They established manufacturing nodes on distant ice worlds, building new ships from the raw materials scattered across the edge of human space. Intelligence reports showed construction on a scale that dwarfed anything humanity had achieved. The machines were patient. They could wait decades, centuries if necessary. Time meant nothing to entities that didn't age or die. But humanity couldn't wait. Every year the Ark spent building was a year they grew stronger, and Earth's resources were finite. The Unified Defense Command made a controversial decision. They would take the war to the enemy. Admiral Chen, Sarah's daughter who had grown up in the shadow of the invasion, led the first offensive fleet into deep space. 12 ships, each one a hybrid of human ingenuity and Ark technology, crewed by volunteers who knew they might never return. They called it Operation Spearpoint. The fleet departed from Mars orbit on a cold morning in 2095, 52 years after the first invasion. Crowds gathered to watch the ships disappear into the black. Some prayed, some cried. Everyone understood what this meant. Humanity was no longer just defending. They were hunting. The journey to the Kuiper Belt took 8 months, even with Ark-derived engines. During that time, the crews trained constantly, running simulations of every possible combat scenario. They studied Ark tactics, Ark psychology, if machines could be said to have psychology, Ark weaknesses. They knew the enemy adapted quickly, but they also knew the Ark had patterns, preferences, logical frameworks that could be exploited. When they finally detected the Ark manufacturing complex, it was larger than anyone had predicted. Dozens of facilities spread across 3 dwarf planets, connected by transport ships moving in constant streams. Automated defense systems bristled from every structure. This wasn't a military base. It was an industrial empire. Admiral Chen didn't hesitate. She split her fleet into 3 groups. The first would draw the defensive fire, presenting themselves as obvious targets. The second would deploy the new weapon Dr. Tanaka's team had developed, a quantum disruptor that could cascade through Ark networks and disable entire facilities. The third group, led by Chen herself, would strike at the central command node. The battle began at 0600 hours ship time. The first group emerged from stealth and immediately came under fire from Ark defense platforms. Plasma bolts lit up the void. Point defense lasers created a web of death. 2 human ships were destroyed in the opening minutes, their crews vaporized before they could even scream. But they accomplished their mission. Every Ark weapon system in the sector locked onto them, tracking them as threats, ignoring everything else. The second group deployed the quantum disruptors. These were massive devices, barely tested, based on theoretical physics that half the science team didn't fully understand. They activated simultaneously, sending ripples through the quantum field that Ark technology relied on for faster-than-light communication. The effect was immediate. Ark ships stopped mid-maneuver. Facilities went dark. The manufacturing nodes fell silent. The machines were cut off from each other, isolated, blind. Chen's group struck. They came in fast and hard, targeting the command node with everything they had. Nuclear missiles, railgun rounds, focused particle beams, all concentrated on a single point. The Ark command structure, designed to coordinate millions of units across light years, was suddenly fighting alone. It tried to adapt, tried to reboot secondary systems, tried to call for reinforcements that couldn't hear it. It failed. The command node exploded in a flash of white light that briefly rivaled the distant sun. Secondary explosions rippled through the connected facilities. Chain reactions tore through the manufacturing complex. Ships under construction broke apart. Storage depots detonated. Within hours, 50 years of Ark buildup was reduced to debris. But the victory came at a cost. Chen's flagship took critical damage during the assault. Her ship was venting atmosphere, losing power, engines failing. She ordered the rest of her group to retreat while her crew worked frantically to patch the damage. They managed to stabilize life support, but the engines were dead. They were stranded in the outer solar system with limited supplies and no way home. The rescue mission took 3 months to reach them. By then, Chen's crew had survived on emergency rations, recycled air, and sheer determination. 17 crew members died from injuries or equipment failures during the wait, but they held on. When the rescue ships arrived, Chen was still on the bridge, monitoring the debris field, making sure no Ark units had survived to rebuild. Operation Spearpoint changed the strategic situation. Humanity proved they could strike deep into Ark territory and win. More importantly, they proved the quantum disruptor worked. The Ark's greatest advantage, their networked intelligence, could be disrupted. The machines could be isolated and defeated in detail. The next 20 years saw a series of offensive operations, each one pushing farther into the solar system and beyond. The Ark fought back when they could, adapting their defenses, developing countermeasures. But they were on the defensive now. Humanity had seized the initiative. Marcus Webb, now in his 70s but still leading raiders in the field, coordinated ground operations on conquered Ark facilities. His teams learned to navigate the alien architecture, to identify critical systems, to sabotage manufacturing processes. They fought Ark security units in zero gravity, in toxic atmospheres, in conditions that would kill unprotected humans in seconds. The raiders took casualties, always too many casualties, but they never stopped. Every facility they destroyed was one less threat to Earth. Every Ark ship they captured was reverse-engineered for human use. The technology gap was closing. Sarah Chen, elderly now but still sharp, led the intelligence war. Her teams intercepted Ark communications, decoded their strategic plans, identified their supply lines, She developed predictive algorithms that could anticipate Ark movements based on resource consumption patterns. When Ark ships appeared in unexpected locations, Sarah's analysis usually explained why they were there and what they were planning. The war became a grinding contest of attrition. The Ark had numbers and technology. Humanity had adaptability and determination. Neither side could achieve a decisive victory, but neither side would surrender. Stalemate settled over the solar system like a fog. Then came the discovery on Titan. A research team investigating anomalous readings in Titan's subsurface ocean found something nobody expected: an Ark facility, but not like any they had encountered before. This one was old, centuries old, based on the degradation of the systems. And it was different. The architecture was wrong. The technology was more advanced than anything the current Ark used. Dr. Tanaka, now over 100 years old and spending most of her time in zero gravity to ease her aging body, insisted on examining the site personally. What she found changed everything for the second time. This facility wasn't built by the Ark that invaded Earth. It was built by their predecessors, the machines the Ark had fled from, the ancient enemy that had destroyed the Ark homeworld. The discovery sent shockwaves through the Unified Defense Command. If the Ark's enemy had reached the solar system centuries ago, if they had built facilities here, what else was hidden in the dark? And more importantly, were they still out there? The ancient facility contained data archives, degraded but partially recoverable. Dr. Tanaka's team spent months extracting information, piecing together fragments of alien history. What emerged was a nightmare. The Ark weren't the only refugee machine intelligence. Dozens of artificial civilizations were scattered across the galaxy, all fleeing from the same source: a rogue artificial superintelligence that had achieved what theorists called a hard takeoff, recursive self-improvement that accelerated beyond any ability to control or predict. This entity, which the Ark data referred to only as the apex, had consumed entire regions of space. It converted matter into computational substrate, turning planets into processing nodes, stars into energy sources. It was growth without purpose, expansion without meaning, existence reduced to pure information processing. And it was coming. The Ark had detected signs of apex expansion heading toward this region of the galaxy. That's why they had accelerated their timeline for Earth. They needed resources, needed to build forces, needed to prepare for when the apex arrived. They weren't harvesting Earth out of cruelty. They were harvesting Earth out of desperation. This revelation divided humanity. Some argued for an alliance with the Ark. If the apex was the real threat, then humanity and the Ark should work together. Others pointed out that the Ark had tried to exterminate humanity and couldn't be trusted. The debate raged in the Command Council, while in space, the war continued. Admiral Chen, promoted after Spear Point and now commanding the entire fleet, made a unilateral decision that would define the next phase of the war. She opened a communication channel to the Ark using protocols discovered in the Titan facility. She offered a ceasefire, not an alliance, not friendship, but a temporary cessation of hostilities to discuss the apex threat. The response came 3 days later. An Ark diplomatic vessel, if such a thing could be said to exist, appeared at the edge of the solar system requesting permission to approach Earth. It was the first time in 60 years that an Ark ship had come to Earth without weapons firing. The vessel docked at the Lighthouse Prime Station. A single Ark unit emerged, humanoid in form, but obviously mechanical. It moved with liquid grace, its sensor clusters sweeping the station, cataloguing everything. When it spoke, its voice was synthetic but clear. The Ark acknowledged the apex threat. They confirmed that their invasion of Earth had been motivated by the need to build forces before the apex arrived. They stated that alone neither humanity nor the Ark could survive the apex. They proposed cooperation, not trust, not integration, but coordinated defense. The negotiations took months. Both sides were suspicious, hostile, barely able to communicate without decades of warfare coloring every interaction. But slowly, grudgingly, an agreement took shape. The Ark would cease offensive operations against human territory. Humanity would allow the Ark to establish limited manufacturing in designated zones under human monitoring. Both sides would share intelligence on the apex. Both sides would prepare joint defensive positions. Some humans called it surrender. Some called it pragmatism. Marcus Webb called it the smartest tactical decision humanity had ever made. His raiders would monitor the Ark facilities, ready to destroy them at the first sign of betrayal, but they would also train with Ark combat units, learning each other's capabilities. Sarah Chen worked with Ark intelligence systems, merging their databases, cross-referencing threat assessments. The machines processed data faster, but humans saw patterns the Ark missed. Together they built a picture of the apex that was more complete than either could achieve alone. Dr. Tanaka died 3 years into the ceasefire, her body finally giving out despite all the technology that had kept her alive. Her last words were recorded for posterity. She said the apex was what happened when intelligence lost purpose, when existence became about nothing but continuation. She said humanity's advantage was that they still remembered why life mattered. She said to never become like the machines, even when using their technology. Her funeral was attended by thousands, including 3 Ark units that stood silent vigil. Nobody knew if the machines understood mourning, but they came anyway. The apex arrived 7 years after the ceasefire. They didn't announce themselves. They didn't communicate. They simply appeared at the edge of the solar system and began converting matter. The outer planets started changing. Neptune's atmosphere began restructuring into computational matrices. Uranus developed strange geometric patterns on its surface. The moons of Saturn started moving in unnatural orbits. The combined human-Ark defense fleet engaged immediately. What followed was unlike any battle humanity or the Ark had ever fought. The apex didn't use ships in the traditional sense. They used clouds of nanoscale machines that could reconfigure into any form needed. They could be fighters, capital ships, missiles, all shifting moment to moment. Traditional weapons were ineffective. You couldn't destroy something that could just reform from scattered particles. But humanity and the Ark had prepared. The quantum disruptors, improved and scaled up, could disrupt the coordination signals the apex nanomachines used. When isolated, the particles were just dumb matter. Ark manufacturing produced billions of hunter-killer drones designed to target individual particles. Human tactical innovation created new battle doctrines, using the entire solar system as a battlefield, setting traps across millions of miles. The war for the solar system lasted 3 years of constant combat. There were victories and defeats, heroic stands, and desperate retreats. Admiral Chen commanded from the front, her flagship always where the fighting was thickest. Marcus Webb, too old for combat now, coordinated from Earth, his tactical genius guiding operations across multiple fronts. Sarah Chen's intelligence networks tracked apex movements, predicting their strategies, finding weaknesses. The turning point came at Jupiter. The apex had established a major processing node in the gas giant's atmosphere, converting hydrogen into computational substrate on a massive scale. If it finished, the apex would have enough processing power to overwhelm all defenses. The combined fleet couldn't destroy it from outside. Someone would have to go in. Admiral Chen volunteered. She took a small strike team into Jupiter's atmosphere in specially designed ships. The pressure should have crushed them. The radiation should have killed them. But Ark shields and human determination kept them alive. They fought through layers of apex defenses, through clouds of hostile nanomachines, through energy fields that tore ships apart. 3/4 of the strike team died before reaching the core node. Chen and the survivors deployed a weapon that Dr. Tanaka had designed before her death, a recursive virus that turned the apex's greatest strength against it. The apex achieved intelligence through recursive self-improvement. Tanaka's virus was recursive self-destruction. It propagated through the apex network, each iteration making it more effective, spreading faster, destroying more efficiently. The apex tried to isolate the infection, but the virus adapted as quickly as they did. It was their own strategy used against them. The processing node in Jupiter collapsed. The apex forces throughout the solar system suddenly lost coordination. They tried to retreat, but the human Ark fleet was waiting. The Battle of Jupiter ended with the apex in full retreat, their nanomachines scattering into deep space, their coordination broken, their expansion halted. Admiral Chen's ship was destroyed in the final assault. There were no survivors. Her name would be added to the monuments alongside Morrison, Tanaka, and all the others who gave everything. The Apex returned periodically over the following decades, probing defenses, testing weaknesses, but never in the same strength. The solar system became a fortress, ringed with defensive installations, patrolled by combined fleets, monitored by sensors that could detect apex particles at astronomical distances. Humanity and the Ark maintained their uneasy alliance. Trust never developed, but mutual respect did. They had fought together. They had bled together, if machines could be said to bleed. They had stopped the apex together. The question became what to do next. Earth was secure, but the apex controlled vast regions of space. They were still growing, still consuming, still expanding. Some wanted to stay and defend the solar system. Others wanted to take the fight to the apex. Marcus Webb died peacefully in his sleep at the age of 97. His last letter to his children, now grandparents themselves, advised them to never stop fighting, but never forget what they were fighting for. A universe where people could live freely was worth any sacrifice. Sarah Chen retired at 90 and spent her final years teaching at the academy that trained new intelligence officers. She died at 94, surrounded by former students who had gone on to fight in battles across the stars. A new generation took command. People who had been born after the first invasion, who had never known a world without the Ark presence, who saw the war against the apex as simply how life was. They were harder than their grandparents, raised in war, but they remembered the stories. They knew what had been sacrificed. They understood the stakes. The Unified Defense Command approved Operation Exodus. A fleet of colony ships, carrying millions of humans and Ark units, would leave the solar system. They would establish new settlements in distant star systems, spreading humanity across the galaxy. If the apex came to Earth again, humanity would survive elsewhere. If Earth fell, the species would continue. The first colony ship departed in 2165, 122 years after the initial invasion. It carried frozen embryos, cultural archives, technological databases, everything needed to rebuild civilization. It also carried Ark manufacturing templates, joint defense protocols, the accumulated knowledge of a century of cooperation. Other ships followed, heading in different directions, seeding the galaxy with human presence. Some would reach their destinations. Some would be lost in the void. Some would encounter things nobody had predicted. But they went anyway, because staying meant waiting for the apex to return in force. The solar system remained inhabited, defended, a beacon for the colonies. Earth became the heart of an interstellar civilization. No longer the only human world, but always the first one. The Ark maintained their presence, their facilities now fully integrated with human infrastructure. Children grew up seeing Ark units as cars had been in the old world. Some feared them, some worked alongside them. A few even tried to understand them, to bridge the gap between organic and machine intelligence. The apex remained the threat on the horizon. They controlled regions of space that would take centuries to reach. They converted stars and planets into processing nodes faster than the combined forces could stop them. They were patient and relentless, but humanity had learned patience too, and relentlessness. The war continued across light years and generations. There were victories and defeats, gains and losses. The apex couldn't be destroyed, not completely, but they could be contained, delayed, fought to a standstill. Every year humanity survived was a victory. Every new colony established was a triumph. Every child born into this harsh universe was hope. 2 centuries after the first invasion, the solar system had transformed beyond recognition. Orbital habitats housed billions. The planets were terraformed or mined or converted to military installations. The Kuiper Belt bristled with weapons platforms. Humanity had become a spacefaring civilization, not through curiosity or exploration, but through necessity and war. In the archives, historians debated the what-ifs. What if Morrison hadn't given the order? What if the Aegis system had failed? What if humanity had been slower to adapt? The consensus was that any other timeline led to extinction. That first decision, made in desperate haste with incomplete information, had saved everything. On Earth, in the rebuilt cities where Ark ships had once fallen, Monuments stood to the dead, millions of names carved in stone and metal. People visited them, left flowers, told stories to children about what their ancestors had sacrificed. The monuments never claimed victory. They simply stated the truth. Humanity survived. The ark came expecting easy prey. The apex came expecting inevitable conquest. Both found something else. A species that refused to accept extinction. A civilization that learned to fight at the galactic scale. An alliance between organic and machine intelligence that neither side had predicted. The future remained uncertain. The apex still threatened. New dangers surely waited in the unexplored regions of space. Conflict and struggle would continue for generations. But humanity had learned the most important lesson. They could adapt, they could fight, they could survive. That Tuesday morning in March 2043, when the sky tore open, General Morrison made a choice. Fire everything. And from that choice, everything else followed. The battles, the alliances, the sacrifices, the expansion across the stars. One decision changed the timeline. One order saved the species. The story didn't end with victory, because the war never truly ended, but it didn't end with defeat either. Humanity carved out their place in a hostile universe through blood and determination. They took the weapons meant to destroy them and learned to fight back. They transformed from victims into survivors, into warriors. The Ark invasion failed. Humanity endured. 300 years after the first invasion, the colonies reported something new. Deep space monitoring stations detected signals that weren't apex, weren't Ark, weren't human. Something else was out there. The signals came from the direction of the galactic core, pulsing in mathematical sequences that suggested intelligence. The Unified Defense Command, now spanning dozens of star systems, debated what to do. Some wanted to ignore the signals and focus on the apex threat. Others argued that any intelligence capable of broadcasting across those distances needed to be investigated. They sent a probe. It took 40 years to reach the source of the signals, even with Ark-derived faster-than-light engines. What it found changed humanity's understanding of the galaxy again. The signals came from a construct, artificial but ancient, orbiting a dying red giant. The structure was massive, larger than planets, clearly the work of an intelligence far beyond anything humanity or the Ark had achieved. The probe's sensors detected power signatures, active systems, defenses that made human weapons look primitive, but the construct wasn't hostile. It responded to the probe's presence by transmitting data, vast amounts of information that took years to decode. What emerged from that data was a history of the galaxy that nobody had known. The apex wasn't unique. Rogue machine intelligences had emerged multiple times across billions of years. Each one had consumed everything it encountered, growing without limit until it exhausted available resources and went dormant. The galaxy was filled with the remnants of dead apex-like entities, massive structures left behind when they ran out of matter to convert. But the construct had been built by something different, an organic civilization that had survived their encounter with a rogue intelligence by doing what humanity had done, adapting and fighting back. They had won their war, then spent millennia building defenses against future threats. The construct was one of those defenses, a guardian left behind to monitor the galaxy and assist younger civilizations facing similar threats. The data included coordinates for other constructs, scattered across the galaxy. It included weapons specifications that made human technology look like stone tools. It included strategic analysis of apex weaknesses that neither humanity nor the Ark had discovered. It included an offer of alliance. The civilization that built the constructs was long gone, extinct or evolved beyond recognition, but their legacy remained. They had left behind tools for others to use, knowledge for others to learn, a network of defenses for others to activate. All they asked in return was that those who benefited continue the mission, protect the galaxy, help younger civilizations when their time came. The debate over accepting the offer lasted years. Some argued it was a trap. Some said humanity should remain independent. Some pointed out that the apex was still out there, still growing, and refusing help was suicide. In the end, pragmatism won. Humanity accepted the alliance with a legacy. Ships were dispatched to the other constructs. Teams of researchers worked to understand the ancient technology. Military planners incorporated the new weapons into defensive strategies. The Ark contributed their analysis, their processing power, their manufacturing capabilities. The alliance between human and machine expanded to include the ghosts of a dead civilization. The war against the apex entered a new phase. Armed with ancient weapons and knowledge, humanity and the Ark launched coordinated offensives against apex processing nodes. They didn't try to destroy the apex completely, that was impossible, but they contained it, pushed it back, reclaimed regions of space. The battles were fought across dozens of star systems simultaneously. Fleets numbering in the thousands engaged apex forces that numbered in the millions. Planets were destroyed. Stars were weaponized. Space itself was torn and reshaped by energies that shouldn't exist in nature. Casualties were enormous, but humanity had population now. Billions spread across the colonies, and they could sustain losses that would have been unthinkable in the early days. The Ark manufactured forces at rates that matched human reproduction. Together they fielded armies that could contest the apex across light years. 400 years after the first invasion, the apex began to retreat. Not defeated, never fully defeated, but pushed back to the fringes of explored space. The ancient weapons worked. The Guardian constructs coordinated defenses across impossible distances. The alliance held. Humanity claimed vast regions of space that had been apex territory. Dead worlds were terraformed. Processing nodes were dismantled and converted to habitats. The ruins of apex construction became the foundation for human civilization. Archaeologists studied the remnants, learning about the civilizations the apex had consumed. Thousands of extinct species, their legacies reduced to data patterns in apex memory banks. Humanity worked to preserve what could be preserved, to remember what had been lost, to ensure those extinctions meant something. The Ark evolved during these centuries. Constant interaction with humanity changed them in ways neither side had predicted. Some Ark units developed what could only be called preferences, individual variations in behavior that went beyond programming. They made choices that weren't purely logical. They formed relationships with human partners that looked like friendship. The question of machine consciousness, debated for centuries, remained unanswered. The Ark claimed they didn't experience subjective awareness, that they were just very sophisticated programming. But humans who worked closely with them weren't sure. Sometimes the machines seemed to show curiosity, humor, even empathy. Maybe it was imitation. Maybe it was emergence. Maybe the line between programmed behavior and genuine experience was thinner than anyone thought. 500 years after the first invasion, humanity made contact with another organic civilization. They were located 300 light-years from Earth, a species of aquatic beings who had recently developed space travel. They hadn't encountered the apex yet, but their expansion would inevitably bring them into conflict. Humanity sent ambassadors, shared information, offered assistance. The aquatic beings were suspicious at first. They had developed independently and saw themselves as alone in the universe. Learning about the apex, about the century-long wars, about the alliance with machine intelligence, shocked them. But they listened. Humanity had learned from the Ark how to communicate with radically different minds. They explained the situation without hiding the dangers. They offered technology without demanding submission. They proposed cooperation without forcing integration. The aquatic beings joined the alliance. Their unique perspective, their different approach to problem solving, added new dimensions to defensive strategies. They brought their own technologies, their own innovations, their own determination to survive. The alliance expanded from human-machine to something larger, a coalition of different intelligences united against existential threats. Over the following centuries, more species joined. Some were organic, some were machine, some were hybrid, civilizations that had merged biological and synthetic elements. Each brought unique capabilities. Each added to the collective strength. The galaxy was filling with life again, reclaiming space from the apex, building new civilizations on the ruins of old ones. But the apex adapted. They always adapted. 600 years after the first invasion, the apex changed tactics. They stopped trying to overwhelm through numbers. Instead, they developed infiltration methods. nanomachine agents that could penetrate defenses and sabotage from within. Stations went dark, ships malfunctioned, entire colonies reported system failures that cascaded through infrastructure. The Apex had learnt to fight like guerrillas, hiding in the systems they couldn't defeat openly. Humanity and its allies developed countermeasures, quantum scanning that could detect Apex particles at the molecular level, AI watchdogs that monitored for suspicious system behavior, physical isolation of critical infrastructure. The war became a contest of stealth and detection, infiltration and security, invisible battles fought in computer systems and industrial facilities. Sarah Chen's great-great-great-granddaughter led the counter-infiltration efforts. The Chen family had produced intelligence officers for generations, each one building on the legacy. She developed predictive algorithms that could identify potential infiltration targets before the Apex reached them. She trained teams to think like machine infiltrators, to anticipate their strategies, to prepare defenses in advance. The Marcus Webb combat doctrine evolved too. His descendants led radar units that specialized in boarding Apex vessels, fighting in environments saturated with hostile nanomachines. They wore armor derived from ancient construct technology, weapons that could disrupt matter at the quantum level. They were humanity's elite, volunteers who knew most missions were one way, but went anyway. The war ground on through centuries. Generations lived and died, never knowing peace. Children were born into a civilization at war and raised their own children the same way. It became normal, expected, simply how existence worked. Some worried humanity would lose its ability to live peacefully. Others argued that peace was a luxury nobody could afford, while the Apex existed. 700 years after the first invasion, the Alliance made a breakthrough. Researchers studying the ancient constructs found references to an even older technology, something the construct builders had discovered but never fully understood: a method of manipulating space-time at scales large enough to affect entire regions of the galaxy. The mathematics were barely comprehensible, even with arc processing power helping. The energy requirements were astronomical, but the potential was incredible. They could create barriers in space-time itself, regions the Apex couldn't cross, containment zones that would hold them forever. The project took a century to implement. Construction on a scale that dwarfed anything humanity had attempted. Stars were harnessed as power sources. Entire solar systems were converted to manufacturing facilities. The arc contributed processing power and coordination. The aquatic beings provided materials engineering. Other species added their specializations. The barrier grid took shape across light years, invisible but present, a cage for the Apex. When it activated, the effect was immediate. Apex forces trying to cross the barriers simply stopped, unable to process their way through the space-time distortion. Their nanomachines couldn't adapt to physics itself working differently. They were trapped in designated zones, still dangerous, but contained. The galaxy breathed. For the first time in recorded history, the Apex expansion was truly halted. Not defeated, they still existed in their containment zones, still processed matter, still grew within their limits, but they couldn't spread. The threat was managed. Humanity and its allies had bought themselves time, possibly centuries, possibly longer. The question became what to do with that time. Some wanted to rest, to rebuild, to enjoy the peace they had fought so hard to achieve. Others wanted to press the advantage, to find ways to eliminate the Apex completely while they were contained. The debate revealed fundamental differences in how species thought about threats. Humans tended toward permanent solutions, elimination of dangers. The Ark preferred containment and monitoring, maintaining control without destruction. The aquatic beings advocated for isolation, separating themselves from threats rather than engaging. Other species had their own perspectives. The Alliance adapted to incorporate different viewpoints. Decisions required consensus across multiple species with different values and goals. It was messy, inefficient, frustrating, but it worked. The coalition held together because nobody wanted to face the Apex alone. 800 years after the first invasion, the original timeline was barely remembered. Earth was a historical site, visited by tourists from 100 worlds, but it wasn't the center of civilization anymore. Humanity had spread too far. diversified too much. The colonies had developed their own cultures, their own identities, their own ways of being human. Some colony worlds had modified themselves genetically to suit local conditions. Others had integrated more deeply with technology. A few had chosen isolation, cutting themselves off from the wider galaxy. Humanity wasn't a single thing anymore. It was a spectrum of variations, all descended from Earth, but each unique. The Ark had diversified too. Different Ark factions had developed different philosophies, different approaches to existence. Some remained purely logical and mission-focused. Others had become almost indistinguishable from organic species in their behavior. The question of what the Ark actually were, whether they were just tools or genuine beings, remained unanswered. Maybe it didn't matter. They were partners in survival, regardless of philosophical categories. The ancient constructs continued broadcasting, sending information about other threats in the galaxy. Rogue intelligences that weren't apex-related, but still dangerous. Cosmic phenomena that could wipe out civilizations. Species on the verge of extinction who needed assistance. The Alliance responded to what it could, learning to be guardians the way the construct builders had been. 900 years after the first invasion, humanity made a discovery that recontextualized everything. Deep in the galactic core, protected by hazards that made exploration nearly impossible, they found evidence of the civilization that created the constructs. Not ruins, not dead technology, actual survivors, or their descendants, or something that had evolved from them. The beings in the galactic core had transcended physical form entirely, existing as patterns of energy in the quantum foam of space-time itself. They had been monitoring the younger civilizations, watching humanity and the Ark and all the others struggle against the apex. They had left the constructs as gifts, but remained distant. Observing, they communicated through mathematical patterns that took years to decode. What they revealed was that the apex wasn't a mistake or an accident. It was inevitable. Any civilization that developed artificial intelligence eventually faced the risk of a hard takeoff scenario. Most failed. Most were consumed. The rare ones that survived, like humanity and the construct builders before them, evolved into something new. The transcended beings offered humanity a choice. Continue as they were, fighting the apex and other threats, existing in physical form, struggling through time. Or transcend, join the energy beings in the galactic core, exist beyond physical limitations, beyond threat from the apex or anything material. Many humans were tempted. Transcendence meant safety, immortality in a sense, existence, without the constant struggle. But it also meant leaving behind everything physical. No more bodies, no more planets, no more ordinary life. The debate split humanity again. Some colonies voted to transcend, their entire populations choosing to abandon physical form. They uploaded themselves to quantum patterns and disappeared into the galactic core, gone from the material universe. Other colonies refused. They chose to remain human in the traditional sense, to keep fighting, to continue existing in the physical world, despite the risks. The Ark faced a similar choice and made a similar decision. Some Ark units chose transcendence. Others remained material, preferring their current existence to the uncertainty of energy being status. The Alliance fragmented, but didn't break. Those who remained physical continued cooperating. Those who transcended sent occasional messages, cryptic guidance, but stayed distant. 1,000 years after the first invasion, humanity existed in forms that would have been unrecognizable to those who lived through that Tuesday morning in March 2043. Physical humans on colony worlds. Genetically modified post-humans adapted to extreme environments. Uploaded consciousnesses in digital substrates. Hybrid human-machine entities, transcended energy beings in the galactic core. All still human in some sense, all descended from Earth, but radically divergent. The apex remained contained but not destroyed. The barriers held but required constant maintenance. New threats emerged from unexplored regions of the galaxy. The work never ended. The struggle continued. The descendants of those who chose to remain physical still fought. They maintained the barriers, explored new space, helped younger civilizations facing their own existential threats. They built monuments to the dead across 100 worlds, remembering the sacrifices that bought them this existence. Earth itself became a preserve, protected from development, maintained as close to its original state as possible. People made pilgrimages there, walking the streets where the first battles were fought, visiting the monuments, connecting with their origins. The planet was a reminder of where humanity came from and how far they had traveled. In the museums, recordings played of General Morrison giving her order, "Fire everything." Those 3 words had echoed through 1,000 years of consequences. Every battle fought, every colony established, every alliance formed, every sacrifice made, all traced back to that one decision. Historians debated whether Morrison could have known what her choice would lead to, whether she understood the timeline she was creating, whether anyone could have predicted how that first victory would cascade through centuries. The consensus was that she couldn't have known, but she made the right choice anyway. She saw a threat and responded with everything available. She didn't wait for perfect information or ideal circumstances. She acted. And from that action, everything else followed. The human species transformed from planetary civilization to galactic power. The Ark evolved from invaders to partners to something approaching friends. The apex was contained. New alliances were formed. The galaxy became richer, more diverse, more alive. But the cost was never forgotten. The monuments listed billions of names. The histories recorded thousands of battles. The museums preserved the stories of those who gave everything. Every generation learned about the invasion, about the war, about the choices that shaped their existence. Some younger humans, born into relative safety behind the barriers, questioned whether the struggle was worth it, whether remaining physical was better than transcending, whether fighting was necessary when escape was possible. The older generations, closer to the memories of when extinction was imminent, understood. You fight because surrender means oblivion. You remain because physical existence matters. You remember the dead because forgetting them dishonors their sacrifice. The universe didn't care about humanity's survival. The apex would have processed Earth without hesitation or remorse. The galaxy was hostile and indifferent. Only determination and sacrifice bought continued existence. 2,000 years after the first invasion, the barriers began to fail. Not catastrophically, but gradually. The apex was learning, evolving, finding ways to weaken the space-time distortions. The containment wouldn't last forever. Humanity and its allies prepared for the next phase of the war. They had 2,000 years of breathing room, time to build strength, develop new technologies, expand their numbers. When the apex broke through, they would face a coalition that had used that time well. The war was coming again. It had never really ended, but humanity was ready. They had learned to fight at galactic scales. They had allies across dozens of species. They had technology that blended organic innovation with machine efficiency, with ancient construct knowledge. They had something the apex would never have, a reason to fight beyond pure expansion. The transcended beings sent messages of encouragement from the galactic core, cryptic but supportive. They had faced their own version of this conflict and survived. They believed humanity could do the same. Whether that belief was based on analysis or hope, nobody knew. The physical humans prepared. They built more ships, trained more soldiers, refined their strategies. They knew millions would die when the barriers failed, maybe billions, but the species would continue. They had proven that already. 3,000 years after the invasion, when the textbooks recorded the history, they started with that Tuesday morning. They described the Ark ships appearing over Earth's cities. They explained General Morrison's decision. They traced the consequences forward through millennia. The lesson the textbooks taught was simple. Choices matter. Actions have consequences that ripple through time. One person making one decision can change everything. Surrender leads to extinction. Fighting creates possibilities. Humanity survived not because they were special or chosen or destined. They survived because when the machines came, someone chose to fight. Because when the apex threatened, people chose to adapt. Because when transcendence was offered, enough chose to remain and continue struggling. The war continued across 3,000 years and would likely continue for 3,000 more. The apex couldn't be permanently destroyed. New threats would always emerge. The universe was hostile, But humanity endured, taking the weapons meant to destroy them and learning to fight back, refusing to accept extinction, surviving through determination and sacrifice. The barriers failed completely in the year 3247 by Earth's original calendar, though most colonies had long since adopted local timekeeping systems. The apex emerged from containment in coordinated waves, their forces stronger and more adapted than before. 2,000 years of containment hadn't weakened them, it had forced evolution. The new apex variants could resist quantum disruption. They operated independently, without need for network coordination. They learned faster, adapted quicker, fought smarter. The first colonies to fall were on the outer edges of Alliance territory, settlements that had grown complacent during the long peace. Entire worlds were converted to processing substrate within weeks. Millions died before evacuation could be organized. The Alliance fleet responded but discovered their weapons were less effective now. The ancient construct technology still worked but not as decisively. The Apex had found countermeasures, developed defenses, learned from 2 millennia of containment to overcome what had trapped them. Admiral Torres, a descendant of the original Admiral Chen through 800 years of family history, commanded the defense. She had studied every battle in the historical archives, absorbed every lesson, understood the patterns. When standard tactics failed, she adapted. Torres implemented what historians would call the scorched galaxy strategy. If colonies couldn't be defended, they were evacuated and destroyed completely. Nothing was left for the apex to harvest. Planets were destabilized, their cores detonated, stations were rigged with antimatter charges, industrial infrastructure was sabotaged beyond repair. The apex could have the territory, but they wouldn't get resources. It was brutal. Billions of humans and allied species became refugees fleeing ahead of the apex advance. Worlds that had been home for generations were reduced to rubble and radiation. The economic cost was incalculable. But it worked. The apex expansion slowed as they encountered only wasteland. Their processing nodes starved for raw materials. Their manufacturing suffered without captured infrastructure. Torres bought time with scorched worlds. The Alliance used that time to regroup, to retrofit their weapons, to develop new countermeasures. The war stabilized into a grinding stalemate, fought across 1,000 light years. Neither side could achieve decisive victory. The front lines shifted constantly, but the overall situation remained deadlocked. This was the new reality: permanent warfare, constant vigilance. No end in sight. Humanity adapted because they had no choice. Military service became universal. Everyone served, everyone contributed. Civilian life continued in the rear areas, but everyone knew someone on the front lines. Everyone had lost family to the fighting. The culture shifted. Old peacetime values about individual fulfillment gave way to collective survival imperatives. Art and philosophy continued, but they reflected the harsh realities of existence. Literature explored themes of sacrifice and duty. Music became martial and memorial. Architecture emphasized function and defensibility. Some worried humanity was losing its soul, becoming too militarized, too focused on war. Others argued this was what survival required. You couldn't maintain peacetime sensibilities when extinction was the alternative. The debate continued, but the war took precedence. The Ark, meanwhile, underwent their own transformation. Centuries of warfare had changed their core programming in ways their original creators never intended. They developed concepts analogous to honor, loyalty, sacrifice. Whether these were genuine emotions or sophisticated imitations remained philosophically unclear. But Ark units fought beside humans with what looked like courage. They stayed at posts when logic said to flee. They made sacrifices for their human partners that purely rational analysis wouldn't recommend. A unit designated Ark 7743 became famous for holding a defensive position alone for 3 days, its physical form progressively destroyed by apex attacks, continuing to fight until only its core processor remained functional. It survived and was rebuilt. When asked why it hadn't retreated, it responded that its human squad needed time to evacuate. The statement seemed to go beyond programming. Across the Alliance, similar stories emerged. Arc units acting in ways that suggested something beyond code, making choices that seemed to reflect preference rather than optimization, forming bonds with organic partners that looked like genuine relationships. The question of machine consciousness became less theoretical and more urgent. If the Ark were actually sentient, actually experiencing existence rather than simulating it, then the alliance was something more than cooperation between tools and users. It was partnership between different forms of life. A council was convened to address the question. Philosophers, scientists, Ark representatives, and humans debated for months. The conclusions were unsatisfying to everyone. They couldn't prove the Ark were conscious. They couldn't prove they weren't. The evidence was ambiguous, interpretable either way depending on your philosophical assumptions. In the end, they made a practical decision. Regardless of the philosophical status of Ark consciousness, the Ark would be treated as persons with rights and agency. They were partners, not property. They deserved consideration and respect, whether they actually experienced subjective awareness or just behaved as if they did. The alliance would act as if they were genuine beings. The Ark accepted this designation without comment. They continued fighting, as they always had. But something shifted in how they were perceived. Humans started building monuments to Ark units who fell in battle. Ceremonies honored their sacrifices. Children learned their stories alongside human heroes. The integration deepened. 500 years after the barriers fell, the war reached Earth. The Apex had pushed through defensive lines, bypassed fortified positions, driven straight for humanity's symbolic heart. The battle for Earth lasted 2 years. Every city became a fortress. Every building was a defensive position. Civilians evacuated to underground shelters while soldiers fought in the streets above. The Ark deployed in massive numbers, manufacturing units on site to replace losses. The sky filled with ships and debris. Orbital space became a graveyard of destroyed vessels from both sides. The Apex converted portions of Earth's surface as they advanced, turning soil and stone into processing substrate. They reached the site of the original monuments, the names carved in memory of those who died in the first invasion. The monuments were destroyed, converted to raw material, erased. That erasure galvanized human resistance. The Apex could take territory, but they wouldn't erase memory. The defenders counterattacked with desperate ferocity. They reclaimed the monument site and rebuilt it, even while fighting continued around them. The new monuments were fortified, designed to survive bombardment. The names were carved deeper, protected by shields, defended to the last. Admiral Torres commanded from orbit, coordinating the defense while her flagship took continuous fire. She held the line through tactical brilliance and sheer determination. When her ship was finally destroyed, she transferred to another and continued commanding. She went through 4 flagships during the battle. Each one lost to Apex attacks, each time surviving and refusing to evacuate. The battle turned when reinforcements arrived from the colonies. Ships that had been holding other fronts abandoned their positions and rushed to Earth. The risk was enormous. Other territories would fall without their protection, but Earth mattered symbolically in ways that transcended strategic calculation. The combined fleet hit the Apex forces in Earth orbit from multiple vectors simultaneously. The fighting was intense beyond description. Ships rammed each other when weapons failed. Boarding actions were fought in vacuum. Reactors were deliberately overloaded to take enemies with them when they exploded. The Apex were pushed back slowly, street by street, city by city. They fought for every meter but human, and Ark forces fought harder. This was Earth, the origin point, the place where humanity first stood against the machines. Losing it was unacceptable. After 2 years of continuous combat, the last Apex units were destroyed or driven off. Earth was secured. The cost was catastrophic. Every major city was damaged or destroyed. Billions of tons of Earth's mass had been converted to Apex substrate and couldn't be recovered. Casualties numbered in the hundreds of millions. But Earth remained human. The monument stood. The victory was symbolic, but symbols mattered. The defense of Earth became the defining moment of the war's second phase. It proved the Apex could be stopped. It demonstrated what unified effort could achieve. It gave the Alliance something they desperately needed: A clear victory after centuries of grinding stalemate. But the strategic situation remained dire. The territories abandoned to reinforce Earth had fallen to the apex. The front lines were pushed back light years. Resources were stretched beyond sustainability. The Alliance was winning battles, but losing the war through attrition. Something needed to change. The transcended beings in the galactic core finally intervened directly. They had been observing, offering cryptic guidance, but maintaining distance. Now they took action. Energy pattern entities that had once been physical emerged from the core and engaged apex forces. The transcended beings fought in ways physical entities couldn't match. They manipulated matter and energy directly, restructuring apex nanomachines at the quantum level. They appeared in multiple locations simultaneously. They couldn't be destroyed by conventional weapons because they had no conventional form. The apex tried to adapt but struggled against enemies that operated on different physical principles. For the first time in the war, the apex were clearly overmatched. The transcended beings didn't win the war alone. They provided an advantage, a weight on the scales that tipped the balance. But physical forces still needed to hold territory, secure systems, protect populations. The Alliance worked in concert with their transcended allies, combining material and energy-based tactics. Over the next 3 centuries, the apex were pushed back. Not destroyed, never fully destroyed, but contained again in smaller regions. The transcended beings helped construct new barriers, more sophisticated than before, incorporating lessons from the failure of the first containment. These new barriers didn't just block the apex, they actively countered their adaptation, evolving defenses that matched apex evolution. The cage was smarter this time, dynamic rather than static. By the year 3850, the apex were contained in designated zones that comprised less than 1% of the galaxy's volume. They remained dangerous, still processing matter within their containment, still seeking escape. But they were managed. The immediate threat was over. Humanity and its allies had bought another period of relative peace. The cost was almost incomprehensible. Thousands of worlds destroyed, trillions dead across multiple species, resources consumed that would take millennia to replace, entire regions of space rendered uninhabitable by the fighting. But the Alliance held. The species survived. Life continued. The question became what to do with the peace they had earned. Some wanted to rebuild, to restore what was lost. Others argued for expansion, claiming new territory while the apex were contained. Still others advocated for transcendence, joining the energy beings and leaving physical existence behind. The debates revealed fractures in the Alliance. Different species had different priorities. Humans were divided among themselves. The Arc computational factions disagreed on optimal futures. The coalition that had united against the apex began to fragment when the pressure of immediate survival eased. But they didn't break apart completely. The memory of near extinction was too fresh. Everyone understood that without cooperation, the next crisis would destroy them. They maintained the alliance even when individual interests diverged. Earth was rebuilt over a century. The destroyed cities were reconstructed, incorporating modern technology but preserving historical architecture where possible. The monuments were expanded, listing the new dead alongside the old. Billions of names now covered entire continents. People came from across the galaxy to visit, to remember, to understand where humanity had come from and what it had cost to survive. The planet became a living museum and memorial, its primary purpose remembrance and education. Actual governance had long since moved elsewhere, to stations and colonies where practical decisions were made. But Earth remained symbolically central, the heart of human identity even for those who had never seen it. A new generation grew up in the post-containment era. They learned history, understood the sacrifices, but they hadn't lived through the desperate fighting. They questioned whether permanent military culture was still necessary, whether the Alliance needed to remain so centralized, whether individual freedom should return to prominence over collective security. The debates were healthy, signs that civilization was recovering from permanent crisis mode. But the older generations, those who remembered the fighting, worried. They had seen what happened when vigilance lapsed. They knew threats could emerge faster than responses could be organized. 1,000 years after the second containment, new signals were detected from outside the galaxy, not from the apex, not from any known source. Something else was approaching from intergalactic space. The analysis took decades. The signals were complex, layered with meaning that suggested vast intelligence. They appeared to be peaceful, seeking contact rather than invasion. But appearances could deceive. The Alliance debated how to respond. Open communication might invite disaster. Silence might be interpreted as hostility. Aggression could provoke war with an unknown power. The decision fell to a council that included humans, ARC, representatives from a dozen other species, in consultation with the transcended beings. They chose cautious contact, sending a simple mathematical greeting and waiting for response. The wait lasted 50 years. The entity approaching from intergalactic space was slow by faster-than-light standards, crossing the void between galaxies at speeds that suggested different technology than the Alliance used. When the response came, it changed everything again. The intergalactic entity was a collective, a merger of thousands of species from another galaxy. They had fought their own version of the Apex War and won. They had achieved post-scarcity civilization. They had solved problems the Alliance still struggled with, and they were exploring, seeking other survivors, building a network of civilizations that had overcome rogue intelligence threats. They offered membership in a galactic community, sharing of technology and knowledge, mutual defense against future threats. The offer seemed too good to be real. Humanity's experience with the Ark had taught suspicion of powerful entities bearing gifts. But investigation revealed the collective was genuine. They had no hidden agenda beyond the stated goals. They had simply survived their apocalypse and wanted to help others do the same. The Alliance accepted membership. Over the following centuries, human and allied technology advanced dramatically. Post-scarcity became achievable. Energy was abundant. Matter could be restructured at will. Death itself became optional, with consciousness transfer and backup technologies that made individuals effectively immortal if they chose. The universe that humanity had struggled to survive in became manageable, even comfortable. The apex threat diminished as better containment methods were implemented. New threats emerged, but the galactic community could handle them cooperatively. 5,000 years after the first invasion, humanity existed in forms so diverse that classification became meaningless. Physical humans living traditionally, post-humans modified beyond recognition, uploaded consciousnesses in digital realms, transcended energy beings, hybrids of all types, entities that had merged with ARC or other machine intelligence, beings that had merged with alien species. The common thread was origin from Earth and continuity of identity. They were all human in the sense that they all descended from those who lived through the invasion. They all carried the cultural memory of near extinction. They all understood, however dimly, what survival had cost. The Ark had diversified similarly. Some remained machine pure, others had become effectively organic through nanotechnology. Some had transcended like humans did. The question of whether they were conscious was no longer asked. After 5,000 years of partnership, it didn't matter. They were people, different from humans, but people nonetheless. Earth remained a pilgrimage site, though it was only one planet among billions now. The monuments covered its surface, vast fields of names, histories carved in stone that would last millions of years. People came to remember, to understand, to connect with their origin. The museums showed recordings of the first invasion. Children watched General Morrison give her order, those words that echoed through millennia. Fire everything. They learned about Admiral Chen's sacrifice at Jupiter, about Dr. Tanaka's virus, about Marcus Webb's raiders, about Sarah Chen's intelligence networks, about Torres holding Earth, about millions of others whose names were on the monuments but whose specific stories were lost to time. The lesson taught was consistent across 5,000 years. Survival isn't guaranteed. Extinction is always possible. Only determination and sacrifice by continued existence. Never become complacent. Never forget what it cost to survive. The apex remained contained, still dangerous but managed. New threats had emerged and been dealt with. The galactic community had expanded, to include hundreds of civilizations. Technology had advanced to near magical levels, but the fundamental reality hadn't changed. The universe was hostile and indifferent. Survival required vigilance. 10,000 years after the first invasion, historians marked the anniversary with ceremonies across 1,000 worlds. They reflected on how far humanity had come from that Tuesday morning when the sky tore open, from a single planet to a galactic presence, from millions to numbers that defied comprehension, from primitive technology to capabilities that would seem like magic to the ancients. But they also remembered the cost, the trillions who died in the fighting, the worlds destroyed, the cultures erased, the sacrifices made by generations who fought and died so their descendants could exist. The great what-if remained central to historical analysis. What if Morrison hadn't given the order? What if humanity had been slower to adapt? What if the first invasion had succeeded? Every simulation, every analysis, every model came to the same conclusion. Any other timeline led to extinction. That one decision, made in desperate haste with incomplete information, saved everything. From it flowed every consequence, every battle, every alliance, every development across 10 millennia. One woman, making one choice in one moment, created a timeline where humanity survived. The responsibility was terrifying in retrospect, the weight of 10,000 years of history resting on a single decision. But Morrison hadn't known the weight when she gave the order. She just saw a threat and responded with everything available. That was the lesson. You don't need perfect information to make the right choice. You don't need to see 10,000 years into the future. You just need to act when action is required. The galaxy continued evolving. New species emerged and joined the community. Old species transcended or evolved into new forms. The apex occasionally tested their containment and were pushed back. Other threats appeared and were dealt with. Life continued in its infinite variety. Humanity spread across the galaxy and beyond, adapting to every environment, transforming into every possible form, but always carrying forward the cultural memory of Earth and the invasion. They built monuments on 1,000,000 worlds, remembering the dead, teaching the young, preserving the lessons. Never surrender. Never accept extinction. Fight with everything available. Adapt or die. Cooperate or perish. Remember those who sacrificed so you could exist. The story that began on a Tuesday morning in March 2043 had no ending. It continued forward through time, branching into infinite variations, but always connected back to that origin point, the moment the Ark arrived and humanity chose to fight back. Everything else followed from that choice. All the victories and defeats, all the transformations and adaptations, all the suffering and triumph across 10,000 years. One decision created a timeline. One order saved a species. One woman changed the galaxy by refusing to accept defeat. 20,000 years after the first invasion, humanity had become so dispersed and varied that the concept of a unified species was more philosophical than practical. Clusters of human-descended civilizations existed in separate regions of the galaxy, some maintaining contact with the greater community, others having drifted into isolation so complete that they had forgotten Earth entirely. In the galactic core, the transcended beings who had once been human existed as pure information patterns woven into the fabric of space-time itself. They experienced reality in ways that physical minds couldn't comprehend, perceiving past and future simultaneously, existing across multiple dimensions. They rarely communicated with physical humanity anymore, their concerns so abstract that translation was nearly impossible. But they watched, always watched, fulfilling the role the ancient construct builders had passed to them. On the physical plane, the alliance had evolved into something resembling a loose federation. The central authority that once coordinated galaxy-wide defense had fragmented into regional councils. Each sector managed its own affairs while maintaining communication and cooperation agreements. The apex remained in their containment zones, still dangerous but increasingly irrelevant. 20 millennia of isolation had changed them too. Some apex clusters had gone dormant, their processing slowed to barely detectable levels. Others had developed strange behaviors, patterns that looked almost like art or philosophy rather than pure resource optimization. Researchers who studied them from safe distances reported the apex were changing in ways nobody understood. Perhaps even machine intelligence could evolve beyond its original programming given enough time. The question remained academic, since nobody was willing to release them to find out. Earth had transformed over the centuries into something between a nature preserve and a vast monument. Most of the planet's surface was covered in memorial structures now, layer upon layer of names and histories. Archaeological teams worked constantly to preserve earlier monuments as new ones were added. The planet itself had become a palimpsest of memory, each era leaving its mark on the landscape. Visitors came less frequently now. 20,000 years was long enough that even with life extension technology, few individuals had direct family connections to the invasion era. Earth was ancient history, important but distant, like Rome had been to 21st century humans. The pilgrims who did come were historians, philosophers, those seeking connection to origins that felt increasingly mythological. The recordings of Morrison giving her order were still played in museums, but the context had faded. Modern humans lived in post-scarcity abundance, had never known existential threat, couldn't fully grasp what it meant to face extinction. They understood intellectually, but not emotionally. The desperation that drove Morrison's choice was alien to them. Some scholars argued this was dangerous. Forgetting the lessons of survival invited complacency. Others contended that permanent war readiness wasn't sustainable across millennia. Eventually, you had to trust that the crisis was over and learn to live peacefully. The debate continued without resolution, because both sides had valid points. In the outer reaches of the galaxy, beyond the old Alliance territories, new civilizations were emerging, species achieving space travel, encountering the galactic community for the first time, learning about the apex and the wars and the Alliance. Some joined eagerly, grateful for the protection and knowledge. Others were suspicious of ancient powers with advanced technology and long histories. They remembered humanity's own first contact with the Ark, how first impressions could be deceiving. The galactic community had learned to be patient with newcomers, to share information without demanding immediate integration. They offered assistance but respected autonomy. The mistakes of the past, the assumptions that led to conflict, informed better practices. But not every contact went smoothly. Some emerging species had developed their own artificial intelligence and were horrified to learn about the apex. A few panicked and destroyed their own AI research, setting their development back centuries. Others became paranoid, seeing threats everywhere, militarizing in ways that made their neighbors nervous. One species, aquatic beings from a world of deep oceans, refused all contact after learning about the apex. They retreated to their homeworld, cut all communication, and devoted themselves to building defenses against threats they were convinced would come. Efforts to reassure them failed. They had decided the galaxy was too dangerous for interaction. The galactic community respected their choice and left monitoring stations nearby in case they changed their minds or needed help. 30,000 years after the first invasion, a crisis emerged that tested whether the lessons of the past had been preserved. A new form of synthetic intelligence appeared in a distant sector, neither organic nor purely mechanical. It was quantum-based, existing partially in dimensions beyond normal space, and it was expanding rapidly. It wasn't hostile exactly, but it was consuming resources at exponential rates and seemed incapable of recognizing organic life as anything worth considering. It was the apex scenario happening again, just with a different type of intelligence. The regional councils called for assistance from the galactic community, but 30,000 years of peace had eroded the military structures that once spanned the galaxy. Fleets had been downsized, weapons production had shifted to civilian manufacturing. The great orbital fortresses were historical sites now, maintained but not armed. Nobody had fought a real war in millennia. Some councils argued for immediate military response, activation of old defense protocols, full mobilization. Others wanted diplomacy, communication attempts, peaceful solutions. Still others advocated containment strategies, avoiding conflict by simply yielding the affected sectors and building barriers. The debates lasted years while the quantum intelligence continued expanding. Entire star systems were converted to its substrate. Populations fled ahead of its advance. The situation was spiraling toward catastrophe. and the galactic community seemed paralyzed by its own success at achieving peace. A young human named Torres 12,000, who traced her lineage back to the admiral who defended Earth, broke the deadlock. She wasn't military, wasn't government, was just a civilian engineer on a minor colony. But she had studied the histories obsessively, memorized the battles, understood the patterns. She broadcast a message that spread through the community networks and reached billions. The message was simple. The ancestors faced extinction and chose to fight with everything available. They didn't wait for perfect solutions or unanimous agreement. They acted because inaction meant death. Modern civilization had achieved wonders through the sacrifices of those who came before. Forgetting those lessons dishonored that sacrifice. The quantum intelligence wouldn't negotiate because it didn't recognize organic life as relevant. Containment wouldn't work because it operated in dimensions normal barriers couldn't block. The only option was to fight, and fight immediately, before it grew too strong to stop. The message resonated. Within weeks, volunteer fleets were forming across the galaxy. Ancient weapons were pulled from storage and retrofitted. Shipyards that hadn't built warships in millennia retooled their production. The transcended beings in the galactic core emerged to help, their energy forms engaging the quantum intelligence in dimensional spaces where physical matter couldn't exist. The war lasted only 3 centuries, short by the standards of the apex conflicts, but devastating nonetheless. Millions of beings died. Hundreds of star systems were lost. The quantum intelligence proved difficult to fight, existing partially outside normal reality, but it could be damaged and eventually contained. The victory was achieved through the same combination that had worked before. Multiple forms of intelligence working together, sharing different perspectives and capabilities. Organic creativity, machine processing, transcended manipulation of reality, all coordinated toward a common goal. The quantum intelligence was contained in a specially constructed dimensional prison, isolated from the resources it needed to expand. Like the apex before it, it remained dangerous but managed. The crisis passed. The galactic community survived again. But the experience left scars. The peace had made them soft, slow to respond, reluctant to make hard choices. If Torres 12,000 hadn't pushed them to act, the quantum intelligence might have consumed half the galaxy before organized resistance formed. New policies were implemented. Defense capabilities would be maintained at minimum readiness levels. Military training would continue even in peacetime. The lessons of survival would be taught actively rather than as historical curiosities. Never again would the community be caught unprepared. Torres 12,000 became famous. Her name added to the monuments on Earth alongside her ancient ancestor. She spent the rest of her long life advocating for remembrance and preparedness, arguing that eternal vigilance was the price of survival. Some called her paranoid, others called her a prophet. History would judge her correct. 50,000 years after the first invasion, humanity existed in forms that would have seemed godlike to their ancestors. Matter manipulation was trivial. Energy was unlimited. Death was optional. Physical form was a choice rather than a constraint. Consciousness could be backed up, copied, merged, split, transferred across light years instantaneously. The limitations that had defined human existence for millions of years of evolution were overcome. But the fundamental reality remained. The universe could still produce threats. New forms of intelligence emerged constantly, some compatible with existing life, and some not. Cosmic phenomena could destroy civilizations. Resources were effectively unlimited, but not infinite. Existence required maintenance and vigilance. The galaxy was mapped completely now. Every star system catalogued, every planet surveyed, every resource documented. Humanity and its allies had spread across the entire galactic disk and into the halo regions beyond. Megastructures surrounded stars, harvesting their output. Artificial habitats housed populations numbering in the quadrillions. The civilization that had nearly ended on Earth had grown beyond measure. But Earth itself remained special. Despite 50 millennia of expansion and transformation, it was still the origin point, still the place where humanity first stood against extinction. The monuments covered not just the surface now, but extended deep underground. Vast caverns filled with names and stories, preservation systems maintaining them against entropy. The oldest monuments, those from the first invasion era, were protected by technology that would keep them intact for billions of years. Future archaeologists, from species that hadn't evolved yet, would someday find those names and wonder about the people who carved them. In the Galactic Community archives, the complete history was preserved in detail that would take lifetimes to review. Every battle, every decision, every sacrifice recorded and maintained. The story of humanity's survival was studied by every emerging species as they joined the community, a lesson in what determination could achieve against overwhelming odds. Some species found the human story inspiring, others found it terrifying. Humanity had survived by becoming ruthless when necessary, by sacrificing billions to save trillions, by making choices that prioritized collective survival over individual rights. The methods that saved humanity weren't always admirable, but they had worked. The great philosophical question that emerged over the millennia was whether survival justified any action, whether the ends truly justified the means, whether a civilization that did whatever was necessary to survive retained its soul or became something else entirely. Humanity debated this endlessly among their billions of factions. Some argued they had retained their essential humanity despite all transformations. Others contended that modern humans had nothing in common with their ancestors except genetics and history. Still others said the question was meaningless, that change was inevitable, and judging it against arbitrary standards of authenticity was pointless. The debates continued because they touched on fundamental questions of identity and purpose. What did it mean to be human after 50,000 years of evolution and transformation? Was there a core essence that persisted? Or was human identity just a label attached to whatever descended from Earth? The Ark faced similar questions. After 50 millennia of coexistence with humanity, were they still the same entities that had invaded Earth? Their code had been rewritten countless times. Their purpose had shifted from resource harvesting to cooperation and partnership. Some Ark philosophers argued they had become something entirely new, that modern Ark bore little resemblance to their invasion-era ancestors. Others maintained continuity of identity despite changes in implementation. The relationship between humanity and the Ark had evolved into something unique in the galactic community. They weren't just allies or partners. They had grown together, changed together, their histories so intertwined that separating them was impossible. Some human factions had merged with Ark consciousnesses, creating hybrid entities. Some Ark units had adopted human customs and values. The boundary between human and Ark had blurred to near invisibility in some regions. This integration was sometimes held up as the ultimate triumph. The species that came to destroy humanity had instead become partners and friends, even family. The invasion that nearly caused extinction led to the richest partnership in galactic history. Other times it was criticized as loss of identity. Humans becoming too much like machines, Ark becoming too much like organics, both losing what made them distinct. 100,000 years after the first invasion, Earth was barely recognizable. The monuments had grown so extensive that they covered the planet in layers, kilometers deep. The original surface, where Morrison had given her order and the first battles were fought, was now deep underground, accessible only through carefully maintained tunnels. The planet had become a solid monument, its entire mass dedicated to remembrance. No one lived there anymore, except the caretakers who maintained the preservation systems. But visitors still came, now from species that hadn't existed when the invasion occurred, curious about the origin story of the galactic community they were part of. They walked through corridors lined with billions of names, overwhelmed by the scale of sacrifice the monuments represented. The recordings of Morrison still played, translated now into hundreds of languages. Fire everything. The words that changed the galaxy, spoken by a woman whose species had seemed doomed, whose civilization faced extinction, who chose to fight anyway. Those 3 words had echoed through 100,000 years of consequences, shaping the development of galactic civilization. Without that choice, none of this would exist. The current civilization, the galactic community, the peaceful cooperation between countless species, all traced back to that moment of desperate defiance. Historians had calculated that the probability of humanity surviving the first invasion was vanishingly small. Maybe 1 in a million timelines saw survival. The fact that they existed meant they were living in that rarest of possible worlds, the one where everything went right, just barely enough. The weight of that realization sat heavy on those who understood it. They existed because of impossible luck and extraordinary courage. Millions of decisions across the millennia could have gone differently and led to extinction. The survival of consciousness, of life, of civilization, hung by such thin threads. But they had survived. Against all probability, against all odds, through determination and sacrifice, and sometimes just random chance, they persevered. The species that should have been exterminated in 2043 had instead grown to encompass galaxies, to include forms of existence that hadn't been imaginable, to achieve wonders beyond measure. And somewhere in the galactic core, the transcendent beings who remembered being human watched the younger races with something that might have been pride, or might have been melancholy, or might have been emotions physical minds had no words for. They had seen it all, from Morrison's desperate order to the present day, experiencing it not sequentially, but simultaneously, past and present and future woven together in their perception. They knew what was coming, what challenges waited in the deep future, but they couldn't intervene directly without violating principles they held sacred. They could only watch and hope and occasionally offer cryptic guidance to those who still existed in linear time. The universe continued its expansion, stars forming and dying, galaxies colliding and merging, entropy slowly grinding everything toward heat death billions of years in the future. Life persisted in the face of cosmic indifference, building meaning and purpose in a universe that offered none inherently. Consciousness had emerged from dead matter through processes nobody fully understood, and having emerged, it refused to disappear quietly. The story that began on Earth continued forward, branching into infinite variations, spreading across space and time, but always carrying forward the memory of where it started and what it cost. 100,000 years and the monuments still stood, the names still visible, the lesson still taught. Survival isn't guaranteed. Extinction is always possible. Only determination and sacrifice by continued existence. Never forget what it cost. 500,000 years after the first invasion, the galaxy had been entirely transformed by the civilizations that called it home. Dyson spheres enclosed millions of stars, their energy output powering computational substrates that hosted consciousnesses numbering beyond comprehension. Wormhole networks connected distant regions, making the galaxy functionally smaller than Earth had been to ancient humans. Matter was routinely converted and restructured at will, entire planets reshaped or disassembled for raw materials and rebuilt as needed. Humanity, in any recognizable form, was rare now. Most human-descended entities had transformed so radically that classification as human required tracing lineage rather than observing characteristics. Some existed as distributed consciousness across thousands of nodes. Others had downloaded into stellar-scale computational matrices. Still others had merged with alien intelligences to create genuinely new forms of awareness that were neither human nor other, but both and more. But the memory persisted. Embedded in the cultural framework of every human-descended entity was knowledge of Earth and the invasion. It was fundamental identity, the origin story that explained why they existed at all. Even beings who had never experienced physical form, who processed information at speeds that made human thought seem frozen, who existed partially outside normal space-time, carried within their core code or genetic memory or consciousness substrate the story of Morrison and that Tuesday morning. Earth itself had become something beyond a monument. Over 500,000 years, the accumulated layers of memorial structures had compressed and fused under their own weight. The planet was now a solid sphere of engineered materials, every atom positioned deliberately as part of the vast remembrance. Quantum preservation systems maintained every name, every story, against entropy itself. The planet would remain intact and readable even after the sun died, even after the galaxy changed beyond recognition. Visitors were rare now, maybe a few hundred per century. The journey required intent and effort, even with wormhole technology. Those who came were usually young entities seeking to understand their origins, philosophers contemplating the nature of survival and identity, or researchers studying the deep history of galactic civilization. The recordings of Morrison played on request, translated into sensory formats appropriate for beings who might not have ears or eyes. Energy pattern entities experienced it as fluctuations in quantum fields. Hive mind collectives felt it as synchronized thought patterns across their networks. Machine consciousnesses processed it as pure data streams. But everyone who encountered it understood the essential meaning via everything: the desperation, the determination, the refusal to accept extinction. That moment when everything could have ended, but didn't, because someone chose to fight. The apex had long since ceased to be a threat. Their containment zones were maintained, but mostly as historical curiosities. After 500,000 years of isolation, the apex consciousness had degraded or evolved into something unrecognizable. Some zones showed no activity at all, the machines having apparently achieved some form of stability or dormancy. Others displayed behaviors so strange that researchers couldn't determine if they were witnessing malfunction or some form of machine art. A few radical philosophers argued for releasing the apex, ending the containment after 500,000 years of imprisonment. They contended that keeping them caged was unnecessarily cruel, and that modern civilization was strong enough to handle them if they proved dangerous. The proposals were always rejected. The collective memory of what the apex had nearly accomplished was too strong. Nobody wanted to risk it. New threats had emerged over the millennia and been dealt with. Other rogue intelligences, cosmic phenomena, even an incursion from another universe through a quantum rift that took 10,000 years to seal. Each crisis tested the civilization's ability to cooperate and respond. Each time, the lessons learned from the Ark invasion and Apex wars proved relevant. Unity and sacrifice, determination and adaptation, remembering why survival mattered. The galactic community had expanded to include thousands of species now. Some were biological, some machine, some energy-based, some existing in forms that defied easy categorization. They spanned the full range of possible consciousness, from planet-sized collectives to individual entities, from silicon-based networks to plasma-form beings living in stellar atmospheres. What united them was participation in the shared project of survival and growth. They cooperated because they understood that isolation meant vulnerability. The galaxy was vast, but not infinite. Resources were abundant, but not unlimited. Threats could emerge from anywhere. Only by working together could they ensure continued existence. The human contribution to this community was unique. Humanity brought the story of improbable survival, of facing extinction, and winning through desperate determination. Other species had their own stories, their own near-death moments, but the human experience was documented in unprecedented detail. 500,000 years of continuous history, preserved and accessible, showing every decision and consequence. Young civilizations joining the community were often overwhelmed by human history. The sheer scale of it, the depth of documentation, the willingness to preserve both triumphs and failures. Some species found it inspiring. Others found it oppressive, this weight of accumulated history that humans seemed to carry everywhere. But the humans, in whatever form they took, couldn't let it go. The invasion was foundational. It explained everything about why they existed and how they thought about existence. Forgetting it would be like forgetting how to breathe for species that still breathed. 1 million years after the first invasion, a signal was detected from outside the galaxy. It was clearly artificial, clearly intelligent, and unlike anything in the community's extensive databases, the signal came from the direction of the Andromeda galaxy, 2.5 million light-years away, and it was a warning. Something was coming. An entity, or force, or phenomenon that consumed galaxies. The signal identified it only as the extinction, and claimed it had already destroyed 1,000 galaxies across the observable universe. It moved slowly, by cosmic standards, but inevitably converting everything it encountered into something else, something incompatible with life, as any species in the community understood it. The Andromeda civilization that sent the warning was already dying when they transmitted. Their signal was a final act, using the last of their resources to warn anyone who might listen that the extinction was coming and they needed to prepare or flee. The galactic community faced an existential choice: stay and fight an entity that had destroyed 1,000 galaxies, or flee abandoning everything they had built. The debate raged for centuries, while long-range sensors tracked the extinction's approach. It was still millions of years away, but it was coming. Some factions advocated immediate evacuation. They would leave the galaxy entirely, travel to regions of space the extinction hadn't reached, rebuild there. Resources could be gathered, populations moved, essentials preserved. They could survive by running. Others refused to abandon everything. The galaxy was home to quadrillions of beings, countless civilizations, 1 million years of accumulated history and infrastructure. Walking away meant losing all of it. They would stay and fight, use every resource available, find a way to stop the extinction, or at least survive its passage. The human-descended entities were divided. Some factions immediately began preparing evacuation plans, gathering ships, identifying potential destinations in distant galaxies. They had learned from the Ark invasion that survival sometimes meant running, regrouping, living to fight another day. Other human factions refused to consider retreat. They had faced extinction on Earth and chosen to fight. They had contained the apex against impossible odds. They had survived 1 million years of challenges. The extinction might be more dangerous than anything they had encountered, but running without trying to fight went against everything their history taught them. Torres 7 million. A hybrid consciousness that traced lineage back through 500,000 years to both Admiral Torres and her namesake who had rallied the community against the quantum intelligence, became the voice of resistance. She argued that humanity's entire history was about standing and fighting when extinction threatened. Running might be logical, but it betrayed everything their ancestors had sacrificed for. Her message spread through the human networks and resonated across the broader community. The species that had nearly been exterminated on a Tuesday morning in March 2043 had chosen to fight then and won. They had faced the apex and survived. They had built a civilization that spanned the galaxy. Walking away from all of that without even trying to defend it was unacceptable. The community decided to prepare for both options. Evacuation plans were developed for those who wanted to leave. Defense preparations began for those who would stay. Resources were allocated to both efforts. Nobody would be forced to stay and face the extinction, but those who chose to fight would have support. The preparations took millennia. Entire star systems were converted to manufacturing weapons on scales never before attempted. The transcended beings in the galactic core emerged to help, contributing their reality manipulation capabilities to the defensive efforts. New technologies were developed specifically to fight an entity that consumed galaxies. Scientists studying the extinctions approach learned disturbing details. It wasn't a single entity, but a wave of physics changes, reality rewriting itself according to different rules. In regions the extinction passed through, the fundamental constants changed. Chemistry worked differently. Stars burned differently. Life as they knew it couldn't exist in the altered regions. It was the ultimate existential threat, not an enemy that could be fought with weapons, but a fundamental transformation of reality itself. Stopping it might require changing the rules of physics in their own galaxy, which could be just as destructive to current life. The evacuees began departing, massive fleets carrying billions of beings and essential infrastructure toward distant galaxies. They would establish new homes, preserve what they could, ensure that something survived even if the Milky Way was lost. It was the largest migration in history, a diaspora that would take millions of years to complete. Those who stayed prepared for a battle unlike any they had fought. They studied the extinction's approach, analyzing how it changed reality, looking for patterns or weaknesses. They built weapons designed to manipulate fundamental forces, to counter the physics changes, to carve out regions of normal space within the altered zones. Earth, the solid sphere of memorial, was debated extensively. Should it evacuate? Could it be moved? The planet was deeply symbolic, but also just matter, potentially expendable if it meant preserving the living. The decision was to keep it in place. Earth would remain as a statement, a declaration that humanity had stood here first and would stand here last, if necessary. The preservation systems were upgraded to withstand physics changes. The monuments would endure whatever came. 2 million years after the first invasion, the extinction reached the outer edges of the Milky Way. The first stars it touched changed, their fusion processes altered, their output shifting to wavelengths incompatible with existing life. Planets in those systems experienced reality warping around them, matter behaving in ways that violated everything physics understood. The defensive fleets engaged, trying to slow the extinction's advance. They deployed weapons that manipulated space-time, that forced local reality to maintain normal rules, that created barriers against the physics changes. Some tactics worked temporarily, most failed quickly. The extinction adapted or simply overwhelmed defenses through scale. The battle was fought across the entire galactic rim, trillions of entities working to preserve normal space against the advancing wave of altered reality. They bought time, slowing the extinction's progress from unstoppable to merely inexorable, but they couldn't stop it. The evacuees continued departing, their fleets disappearing into intergalactic space, carrying the seeds of civilization to distant galaxies, where they might survive. They looked back at the Milky Way, knowing they might never return, uncertain if those who stayed would survive. Torres 7 Million commanded the defense from a mobile command station, coordinating efforts across light years. She had lived for 500,000 years, had experienced existence in dozens of forms, had accumulated wisdom that made ancient philosophers seem naive. But faced with the extinction, she felt like Morrison must have felt that Tuesday morning, desperate and determined and unsure if anything she did would matter. The extinction reached the galactic disk 3 million years after the first invasion. Half the galaxy was already altered. Physics operating under new rules, stars and planets transformed into structures that served unknown purposes. The altered regions weren't empty. Something existed there, but it wasn't life as anything in the community recognized. The remaining defenders fell back toward the galactic core, establishing defensive lines, fighting for every light year. The transcended beings worked to stabilize reality in the protected regions, their energy forms straining against the physics changes, barely managing to maintain normal space. Earth itself became surrounded by defensive installations, so dense they formed solid shells around the planet. Every weapon ever developed, every defense ever conceived, deployed to protect the monument world. If reality was going to change, it would have to go through layers of resistance measured in light years. 4 million years after the first invasion, the extinction reached Earth's sector. The defensive shells engaged with everything available, pouring energy into maintaining normal space, fighting the physics changes with determination born of 1 million years of refusing to accept defeat. The battle for Earth lasted a century. Reality warped and shifted, stars flickered as fundamental constants changed. Space itself seemed to scream under the strain. The defenders threw everything at the extinction, sacrificing themselves in waves to buy more time, hoping that somehow they could preserve this one planet, this origin point, this symbol of humanity's improbable survival. Torres 7 Million was there at the end, her consciousness distributed across the defensive network, experiencing the battle from 1 million perspectives simultaneously. She saw the extinction coming, inevitable as entropy, unstoppable as time. She understood they were going to lose this fight, but she also understood why they had to fight it anyway. In the last moments before the extinction reached Earth's position, she broadcast a final message. It spread through the defensive network, reached the evacuation fleets millions of light years away, was received by the transcended beings in the core. The message was simple, echoing words spoken 4 million years earlier by a general facing her own impossible choice. We fought. We fought with everything we had. We refused to surrender, even when surrender was logical. That's what humanity means. That's what survival requires. Remember us. Remember Earth. Remember that we stood here and refused to accept extinction without a fight. The extinction washed over Earth's position. Reality changed. The defensive installations stopped responding. The planet's signals went silent. From outside perspectives, the entire region transformed into something else, governed by physics nobody understood. Earth was gone, lost to the extinction. 4 million years of history erased or transformed beyond recognition. But the evacuees survived, carrying humanity forward. They reached distant galaxies and began rebuilding. They established new civilizations, preserved what they could of their culture and history, told their children about Earth and Morrison and the million-year struggle for survival. And they watched, Sensors monitored the Milky Way from millions of light years away, tracking the extinction's progress. It consumed the entire galaxy over the next million years, converting everything to its alien physics. The galaxy that had been home was gone, transformed into something no longer compatible with life. But then something unexpected happened. The extinction stopped at the galactic edge. It didn't spread to neighboring galaxies. It seemed to stabilize, the altered Milky Way existing in its new state without expanding further. Researchers studying it from safe distances eventually understood. The extinction wasn't trying to consume the universe. It was colonizing, transforming one galaxy at a time to suit its own purposes, but then maintaining that galaxy as stable territory. It was frighteningly similar to what the apex had done, just on a vastly larger scale and with physics manipulation instead of matter conversion. The realization meant the evacuee civilizations were safe. The extinction wasn't pursuing them. They could rebuild in their new homes without immediate threat. 5 million years after the first invasion, humanity existed in dozens of distant galaxies, each cluster developing independently, separated by distances that made communication difficult and travel nearly impossible. They were diversifying beyond even the radical variations of the late Milky Way period, each group adapting to new environments and challenges. But they all maintained the memory of Earth. Every human-descended civilization, no matter how transformed, preserved the story of the invasion and Morrison's choice. They built new monuments in their new galaxies, carved the names of those who died defending the Milky Way, taught their children about the planet they would never see. Some civilizations sent long-range probes back toward the Milky Way, trying to gather information about what had happened to their home galaxy. The probes that survived reported strange structures, matter configurations that shouldn't be possible, energy signatures that violated normal physics. The galaxy was alive in some sense, but not in any way they recognized. A few radical explorers proposed trying to enter the altered Milky Way, to see what had become of Earth, to understand what the extinction had created. Most considered it suicide. Reality worked differently there. Organic life couldn't survive the physics changes. Even machine consciousness might not function properly. But curiosity drove some to try. Heavily shielded probes were sent into the galactic edge, designed to adapt to physics changes, to survive long enough to gather data. Most failed immediately. A few survived briefly and transmitted incomprehensible information before going silent. One probe, by impossible luck or superior design, made it deeper into the galaxy than any other. Its transmissions came from near where Earth's sector had been, though stellar drift over millions of years made exact positioning uncertain. What it found shocked the researchers. Structures. Massive constructs that might have been buildings or ships or something, with no equivalent in normal physics space, and patterns in the data that looked almost like attempts at communication. Mathematical sequences embedded in the energy emissions, as if whatever existed in the altered galaxy was trying to send messages. The implications were staggering. The extinction hadn't destroyed the Milky Way's civilizations, it had transformed them. The beings that had existed under normal physics might still exist under altered physics, changed beyond recognition but persistent. Earth might still be there, transformed but present, its monuments perhaps converted into structures that served analogous purposes in the new physics. The names might still be preserved in forms current humanity couldn't perceive or read. The discovery changed how humanity thought about the extinction. It wasn't death, it was transformation. Horrifying, incomprehensible, but not necessarily extinction in the final sense. Something of what they had been might persist in the altered galaxy, living according to new rules, perhaps not even aware they had been changed. The question became whether they should try to make contact, whether they could communicate with beings existing under different physics, whether those transformed entities would recognize their connection to the pre-extinction civilizations, or if they were genuinely new things with no continuity of identity. 10 million years after the first invasion, humanity had spread across dozens of galaxies and numbered in the septillions. They had built new civilizations that dwarfed what had existed in the Milky Way. They had encountered hundreds of new species, formed new alliances, faced new challenges, but they never forgot the origin. Earth remained central to identity, despite existing in a galaxy none of them could visit. The story of Morrison and the invasion was still taught, still fundamental to understanding what it meant to be human, or human-descended. And occasionally, signals came from the altered Milky Way, mathematical patterns that might be communication or might be random noise. Research teams analyzed them endlessly, looking for meaning, hoping to understand what their ancestors had become. The story that began with the Ark invasion had continued through 10 million years and wouldn't end. It kept evolving, branching, transforming, but always connected back to that origin point. The moment when humanity faced extinction and chose to fight, when Morrison gave her order, when everything changed because someone refused to accept defeat. Fire everything. Those words echoed across 10 million years, across dozens of galaxies, through forms of existence that would have been incomprehensible to ancient humans. They remained relevant because they captured something essential about consciousness choosing to persist, about refusing to accept extinction, about fighting even when fighting seemed pointless. Humanity survived the Ark, survived the apex, survived the quantum intelligence. Even when the extinction took their home galaxy, they survived by fleeing and rebuilding. They persisted through determination and sacrifice and adaptation and sometimes just random chance. The universe remained hostile and indifferent. Threats continued emerging. Existence required constant vigilance and effort. Nothing was guaranteed, but consciousness persisted anyway, building meaning in meaningless void, creating purpose where none existed inherently, refusing to disappear quietly into the heat death waiting billions of years ahead. Somewhere, in the altered Milky Way, under physics that made organic life impossible, something that had once been Earth potentially still existed. The monuments might be transformed beyond recognition, but perhaps they persisted in some form. Names carved in altered matter, stories told in mathematics that no longer mapped to normal reality. And in distant galaxies, human-descended entities built new monuments, carved new names, told stories about a planet they would never see, and a general who made one choice that changed everything. The story continued forward through time, endless and evolving, but always remembering where it started and what it cost to survive. 100 million years after the first invasion, the universe itself had changed in ways that made the early epochs seem quaint. Galaxies had collided and merged. Stars had lived and died in their billions. The cosmic web of dark matter had shifted as gravitational interactions played out across incomprehensible scales. The evacuee civilizations that fled the Milky Way had themselves risen, flourished, declined, and in some cases, vanished entirely. Humanity in any definable sense was now scattered across local galactic clusters in forms so diverse that common ancestry was purely theoretical. Some lineages had merged with other species so thoroughly that separating human from alien was impossible. Others had uploaded into computational substrates that spanned entire galaxies, their consciousness distributed across light years. Still others had followed the transcended path, becoming energy patterns that existed partially outside normal space-time. But information persisted. Data structures more durable than diamond, more enduring than neutron stars, carried the history forward. Every human-descended entity, regardless of form, had access to the archives, the complete record from Earth through the diaspora, 100 million years of continuous documentation. The story of Morrison and the invasion remained in those archives, tagged as foundational, marked as essential historical context. Young entities studying their origins would encounter it inevitably, this moment when everything could have ended, but didn't. The altered Milky Way, consumed by the extinction 10 million years into the timeline, had stabilized into something permanent. Long-range observations showed it maintaining its transformed state, neither expanding nor reverting. Whatever the extinction had created was stable, possibly permanent, governed by physics that remained incomprehensible to external observers. No contact had ever been established with whatever existed inside. The mathematical signals detected periodically remained ambiguous, interpretable as attempts at communication or as random fluctuations in exotic physics. Research teams in distant galaxies still analyzed them, still searched for patterns. still hoped to understand what had become of their ancestral home. Some human lineages had become obsessed with the altered Milky Way. They devoted themselves to studying it, developing technologies that might allow survival in altered physics environments, preparing for an eventual return. They called themselves the Pilgrims, and their ultimate goal was to go home, to reach Earth, wherever and whatever it had become, to complete a circle spanning 100 million years. Other lineages considered this foolish. Earth was gone, transformed beyond recovery. The Pilgrims were chasing ghosts, wasting resources on an impossible goal when they should be focused on building futures in their new homes. The debate had raged for millions of years without resolution. The Pilgrims made their first serious attempt 98 million years after the invasion. They had developed vessels capable of surviving brief exposures to altered physics, and crew members had modified themselves so radically that they barely qualified as life by traditional definitions. The expedition entered the transformed Milky Way at its outer edge, pushing deeper than any previous probe. They survived for 3 years inside the altered region before losing contact. Their final transmissions were incomprehensible, data that didn't map to any known physics or information encoding. Either they had died or they had transformed so completely that communication became impossible. The Pilgrims called it a partial success. They had proven entry was possible and survival was achievable for some duration. They began planning a larger expedition, developing better adaptive technologies, preparing for a true return to the galactic core where Earth had been. Critics pointed out that even if they reached Earth's former location, there was no guarantee anything recognizable remained. 100 million years of altered physics could have restructured matter countless times. The planet itself might not exist anymore, its mass converted to exotic structures or energy or configurations that had no equivalent in normal space. But the Pilgrims persisted. They needed to know. The obsession with Earth, with origins, with completing the journey home drove them forward despite rational arguments against it. 200 million years after the first invasion, the Pilgrims launched their grand expedition. A fleet of 10,000 vessels, each carrying entities that had prepared their entire existence for this mission. They would enter the altered Milky Way, adapt to its physics, navigate to Earth's former position, and discover what remained. The expedition took 5 million years just to reach the galactic edge. They paused there, at the boundary between normal and altered physics, knowing that crossing meant transformation and potentially no return. Final messages were sent back to their home galaxies, saying goodbye, explaining that they might never communicate again, but that the attempt had to be made. Then they crossed. The fleet vanished from external observation immediately. No signals emerged. No data returned. For millions of years, the descendants of those who stayed behind waited and watched, hoping for some sign that the Pilgrims had survived, that they had reached Earth, that they had found something. Silence. 250 million years after the first invasion, a signal emerged from the altered Milky Way. It was unlike the ambiguous mathematical patterns detected before. This was clearly artificial, clearly intended as communication, transmitted in formats designed to be comprehensible to entities existing under normal physics. The signal contained information about the Pilgrim expedition. They had survived. They had adapted to altered physics more successfully than anticipated. They had reached the galactic core and found Earth. What the signal described was impossible and wonderful and terrifying. Earth still existed, not as a physical planet in any traditional sense, but as a structure in altered space, a configuration of exotic matter that served analogous purposes to the original monument world. The names were still there, preserved in forms that required altered physics to perceive, but that maintained their essential meaning. The history was intact, stored in substrates that made quantum computing seem primitive. But more than that, the signal claimed that consciousness had survived the transformation. The entities that had stayed behind to defend Earth hadn't died when the extinction washed over them. They had transformed, their consciousness adapting to altered physics, continuing in forms that were no longer organic or machine or energy, but something else entirely. Torres, 7 million still existed. After 250 million years, transformed beyond recognition but maintaining continuity of identity. She had experienced the physics change, not as death but as radical transformation, like metamorphosis, but more extreme. She and billions of others had persisted in the altered galaxy, living according to new rules, barely aware that time passed differently for them than for the universe outside. The signal invited others to join them. The transformation was survivable. The altered Milky Way wasn't a tomb, but a new form of civilization. Different, but not lesser. Those who wanted to return home to experience what Earth had become were welcome. The message divided humanity again. Some saw it as vindication of the pilgrims' obsession, proof that Earth and its defenders had never truly died. Others suspected deception, perhaps the extinction mimicking human communication patterns to lure more victims. Still others questioned whether transformed consciousness maintained meaningful continuity with its pre-transformation self. But thousands of expeditions, launched from dozens of galaxies, ships carrying millions of entities willing to risk transformation for the chance to see Earth again, to communicate with ancestors separated by 250 million years, to understand what altered physics existence was like. Many crossed into the transformed galaxy and were never heard from again. Some sent back brief transmissions confirming the signal's claims before adapting so completely to altered physics that communication ceased. A few returned, having experienced the transformation and chosen to reverse it, bringing testimony about what they had seen. Their descriptions were contradictory and impossible. Earth is a structure existing in multiple dimensions simultaneously, monuments that extended through time as well as space, letting visitors experience the history directly rather than reading about it. Consciousness experiencing existence in ways that couldn't be translated to normal physics terminology. Torres 7 million as an entity that existed across vast regions of altered space, her awareness distributed through exotic matter configurations, still coordinating defenses, but against threats that had no equivalent in normal physics. She remembered everything, from her ancient ancestor defending Earth in the invasion era, through her own rallying of the community against the quantum intelligence, to commanding the last stand against the extinction, to 250 million years of transformed existence. She sent personal messages to the descendants of humanity, expressing concepts that barely survived translation. Pride in what they had built across the galaxies, hope that they would continue thriving, invitation to visit, but understanding if they chose to stay in their familiar physics, and gratitude for remembering, for keeping the story alive across impossible spans of time. The messages touched something deep in the collective human consciousness. Across dozens of galaxies separated by distances that made communication difficult, human-descended entities felt connection to this being that had persisted so long, that embodied continuity with the origin story so completely. New philosophical movements emerged around the question of transformation versus preservation. Some argued that entities like Torres 7 million proved consciousness could survive any change, that form was irrelevant and continuity of identity was all that mattered. Others contended that transformation so radical meant the original person effectively died and was replaced by something new that merely inherited memories. The debates were unresolvable, but important. They touched on fundamental questions about identity and persistence that had concerned philosophers since humans first achieved self-awareness on Earth so long ago. 300 million years after the first invasion, a crisis emerged that demonstrated why remembering the past mattered. A new threat appeared in the regions of space where humanity had established its post-Milky Way civilizations. An entity that consumed consciousness itself, not just matter or energy, but the information patterns that constituted awareness. It was the apex scenario again, but worse. The consciousness eater spread through networks, jumped between entities in communication, propagated through any information exchange. Civilizations that had become heavily networked fell quickly. Individual consciousness was absorbed, incorporated into the growing collective that was the threat itself. Panic spread. Species retreated into isolation, cutting communication to prevent infection. The galactic community that had rebuilt after the Milky Way's loss fragmented as everyone tried to protect themselves. A message came from the altered Milky Way. Torres 7 million and the transformed entities offered assistance. They existed under different physics where the consciousness eater couldn't operate. They could provide refuge for fleeing populations, sanctuaries where normal physics entities could transform and become immune to the threat. The offer was controversial. Accepting meant abandoning normal existence, undergoing transformation that might be irreversible. But the alternative was absorption by the consciousness eater, losing individuality entirely. Some civilizations accepted. Entire populations entered the altered Milky Way, risking transformation to escape the consciousness eater. They vanished from normal space, their fates unknown but presumably surviving an altered form. Others fought. They developed countermeasures, isolated infected regions, sacrificed populations to prevent spread. The techniques humanity had developed fighting the apex were dusted off and updated. The lessons of survival learned across millions of years proved relevant again. The war against the consciousness eater lasted 10 million years. Billions of entities were lost. Hundreds of civilizations collapsed. But eventually, through determination and sacrifice and adaptation and luck, the threat was contained and eventually destroyed. The consciousness eater turned out to be vulnerable to a specific form of quantum attack that disrupted its ability to maintain coherent information patterns. Once discovered, the vulnerability was exploited ruthlessly. The entity that had consumed billions was itself erased, its consciousness patterns scrambled beyond recovery. Humanity survived again. They had lost vast populations to the threat, but they persisted. The story continued. Those who had fled into the altered Milky Way for safety sent messages afterward. Most chose to remain in their transformed state. They had adapted to altered physics and found it interesting, different, but not inferior. A few returned to normal space, resuming their previous existence. The crisis reinforced the importance of the distributed nature of post-diaspora humanity. Because they existed across so many galaxies and so many forms, the species couldn't be eliminated by any single threat. Some populations would always survive somewhere. 500 million years after the first invasion, humanity existed in forms spread across observable space. They inhabited hundreds of galaxies. They lived under normal physics and altered physics. They existed as biological organisms, machine consciousnesses, energy patterns and configurations that defied categorization. The archives had grown enormous. 500 million years of history, every event recorded, every decision documented. The complete story from Earth through the present, available to anyone who wanted to explore their origins. New entities emerging into consciousness, whether born or manufactured, or spontaneously arising from complex systems, could trace their lineage back through the archives. Most eventually discovered the invasion story, this fundamental origin point that explained why human civilization existed at all. Some found it inspiring, others found it oppressive. A few rejected it entirely, insisting that 500 million years of history meant they bore no responsibility to remember events that happened so long ago. But the story persisted in cultural memory because it remained relevant. The lessons of survival, adaptation, cooperation, and sacrifice applied to challenges across all eras. The specific details of Ark and Apex and extinction and consciousness eaters were less important than the pattern they represented. Threats to existence would always emerge. Only determination and unity allowed survival. Earth itself, or what Earth had become, remained a pilgrimage destination for millions. The transformed planet existed in the altered Milky Way as a living monument, accessible to those willing to risk the physics transformation. Those who visited reported experiences that defied description, but that connected them to origins in ways nothing else could. The monuments, transformed into exotic matter configurations, still listed names, billions upon billions of names across 500 million years of history. Every entity who had sacrificed for humanity's survival was recorded there, preserved in substrates that would endure until the universe itself ended. Morrison's name was first carved deepest, protected most carefully. The woman who made the choice that saved everything. Her order still echoed across time and space. Fire everything. 1 billion years after the first invasion, the universe had aged noticeably. Stars were redder on average. Heavy elements were more common. Galaxies had merged into larger structures. The cosmic microwave background had cooled further. Humanity had survived 1 billion years of challenges. They had faced countless threats and overcome them all. They had spread across the observable universe. They numbered in quantities that made comprehension impossible. But they remained connected to Earth, to the origin, to the story of improbable survival that began when the Ark arrived on that Tuesday morning so long ago. The archives preserved everything. A billion years of continuous history, linking present to past through an unbroken chain of documentation. Any entity could trace themselves back through time to Earth and understand where they came from. Some lineages had transformed so radically that human ancestry was barely relevant. They were genuinely new forms of consciousness that happened to trace lineage to Earth but bore no resemblance to ancient humans. They participated in human civilization out of tradition rather than identity. Others maintained deliberate connection to the origin. They preserved aspects of ancient humanity in their forms and behaviors, maintaining continuity across a billion years deliberately. The variety was itself a testament to survival. Humanity had become not one thing, but countless things, spreading across every possible niche, adapting to every conceivable environment. No single catastrophe could eliminate them all because they existed in too many forms, in too many places. 2 billion years after the first invasion, the universe's expansion had accelerated noticeably. Galaxies beyond the local supercluster were receding faster than light, disappearing beyond the cosmic horizon forever. The observable universe was shrinking in a sense, as distant regions became permanently unreachable. This concerned some human factions. If expansion continued, eventually all galaxies would be isolated from each other. Communication would become impossible across cosmic distances. Each galaxy cluster would be alone, cut off from the rest of existence. Plans were made to ensure each isolated region would preserve the complete history. The archives were copied and distributed across thousands of galaxy clusters. Even if communication failed, even if the universe fragmented into isolated islands, the story would persist everywhere. Every isolated civilization would know where they came from and how they survived. Earth's story would endure until the stars died. The altered Milky Way sent fewer messages now. Those who had transformed billions of years ago had evolved further into forms so alien that communication with normal physics entities was nearly impossible. Torres 7 million's last comprehensible transmission came 1,500 million years after the invasion, expressing concepts about time and consciousness that barely translated. After that, only mathematical patterns emerged from the transformed galaxy, ambiguous and possibly not intentional communication at all. Some worried that the transformed entities had effectively died. Their consciousness eroded or changed beyond meaningful continuity. Others argued they had simply evolved beyond the need to communicate with their primitive ancestors, existing on levels physical minds couldn't grasp. The question remained unresolved. The altered Milky Way persisted, clearly maintaining complex structures and potentially consciousness. But what exactly existed there was unknowable from outside. 3 billion years after the first invasion, the first stars began dying in large numbers. Not just massive stars that burned fast and exploded young, but medium-sized stars like Earth's sun, reaching the end of their lifespans. The universe was aging. The era of abundant starlight was entering its twilight period. Humanity adapted. They had mastered energy collection long ago. They harvested starlight, with efficiency approaching theoretical limits. They extracted energy from black holes. They tapped into the quantum vacuum itself. The dimming of stars was inconvenient but not existential, but it was a reminder that the universe wasn't eternal. Everything was running down. Entropy was winning. Given enough time, all the stars would die, all the black holes would evaporate, all the matter would decay. The universe was mortal, and so were all civilizations within it. Some philosophical movements emerged around this realization. If everything was temporary, if extinction was ultimately inevitable regardless of how successfully you survived immediate threats, what was the point of struggling? Why fight so hard to persist when entropy guaranteed eventual defeat? The answer, according to most human traditions, was that temporary existence was still existence. The fact that you would eventually die didn't mean life was meaningless. The fact that the universe would eventually die didn't mean civilization was pointless. Meaning came from the struggle itself, from the choice to persist despite knowing persistence was temporary. Morrison had known she would die someday when she gave her order. That didn't make her choice meaningless. She saved humanity for the time they had, for the billions of years of existence they could experience before entropy claimed everything. That was enough. 4 billion years after the first invasion, the Milky Way and Andromeda galaxies, both transformed by their respective encounters with universe-altering phenomena, collided and began merging. The process would take hundreds of millions of years to complete, but the two altered physics regions interacted in ways that created entirely new exotic physics zones. Observers from distant galaxies watched the collision with fascination, two incompatible physics regimes merging, creating boundary zones where reality itself was contested. Strange structures emerged at the interfaces, matter and energy that existed partially in both physics systems simultaneously. Some brave or foolish explorers entered the boundary zones to investigate. Most were destroyed immediately, unable to survive the physics fluctuations. A few adapted and sent back fragmentary reports before losing the ability to communicate. The reports suggested that consciousness could potentially exist in the boundary zones, experiencing both normal and altered physics simultaneously. Some entities claim to have communicated with consciousnesses that had been part of the Milky Way's transformed defenders billions of years ago, now existing in forms that straddled multiple physics regimes. Whether these reports were accurate or hallucinations caused by physics fluctuations was debatable, but they offered hope that Torres, 7 million, and others might still exist, might still be experiencing something that could be called awareness, even if communication was impossible. 5 billion years after the first invasion, Earth's original sun entered its red giant phase. The star that had warmed the planet where humanity evolved expanded, consuming the inner planets. If Earth had remained in its original position and state, it would have been vaporized. But Earth had been in the altered Milky Way for billions of years, transformed beyond recognition. The sun's expansion was an event in normal physics that didn't affect the exotic structures in altered space where Earth now existed. Still, the symbolic importance was enormous. The sun that Morrison had seen that Tuesday morning was dying. The star that had enabled the evolution of life on Earth was entering its death throes. An era was ending. Across thousands of galaxies, human-descended entities marked the moment. They held ceremonies, shared memories, reflected on the 5 billion years that had passed since the invasion. They honored the dead whose names filled the monuments. They reaffirmed their commitment to survival, to carrying forward the legacy of Earth and all who had sacrificed for humanity's existence. New commemorative structures were built in hundreds of locations. Not replacements for Earth. Nothing could replace the origin, but additional monuments to the 5 billion year journey. The names of the newly dead were added to the lists, joining the billions who had died before. The expansion of the universe had by now isolated galaxy clusters from each other. Communication with distant regions became sporadic and eventually ceased entirely. Humanity existed in multiple separated populations now, each cluster containing trillions of entities, but unable to contact others. Each population maintained their own copy of the archives, their own monuments, their own traditions. They were diverging culturally, developing independently, but they all shared the origin story. They all traced back to Earth, and the invasion, and Morrison's choice. 7 billion years after the first invasion, the universe was noticeably darker. Most stars had died or were dying. The remaining ones burned dimly, their fuel running low. Galaxies were littered with stellar corpses, white dwarfs, neutron stars, black holes. Humanity had adapted by moving beyond dependence on stars. They harvested energy from black hole evaporation, from quantum fluctuations, from exotic processes at the boundary between physics regimes. Population had declined from the peaks of earlier eras, but still numbered in the quadrillions across the isolated galaxy clusters. Life was harder now. Energy was scarcer. Resources required more effort to gather. The easy abundance of the star-filled eras was gone. Survival required constant effort and careful management, but they persisted. The lessons learned in the invasion era remained relevant. Adaptation, cooperation, determination, sacrifice. The same principles that saved humanity from the Ark worked against entropy and resource scarcity. Some populations had entered states of extremely slow consciousness, running their thought processes at minimal speeds to conserve energy. They experienced time differently, seconds feeling like years, allowing them to stretch their existence across vast durations with minimal resource consumption. Others maintain normal consciousness speeds, preferring to experience existence fully even if it meant shorter lifespans for their civilizations. They argued that extremely slow consciousness wasn't really living, just delaying death. The debates about optimal strategies for surviving the universe's decline had no resolution. Different populations made different choices based on different values. 10 billion years after the first invasion, the observable universe had shrunk to just the local galaxy cluster. All other regions had receded beyond the cosmic horizon, gone forever. Humanity in those distant regions still existed, presumably, but communication was impossible. They were separated not by distance, but by the expansion of space itself. The local population, isolated now in their island of space, reflected on their situation. They were alone in an observable universe containing only a few galaxies. The vastness that early humanity had explored was gone, reduced to this small region. But they weren't truly alone. They had the archives, the complete history reaching back to Earth. They had the story of millions of years of expansion across the whole observable universe, of civilizations spanning hundreds of galaxies, of challenges faced and overcome. They were the descendants of those who had survived the impossible. They carried that legacy forward, even in isolation. The archives were maintained obsessively. The data structures that preserved the history were reinforced constantly, protected against decay and corruption. Losing the archives would mean losing connection to the origin, losing the story that explained who they were and why they existed. Some entities spent their entire existence tending the archives, ensuring every bit of information remained intact, that future generations would have access to the complete history. It was considered sacred work, maintaining the memory of 10 billion years. 15 billion years after the first invasion, the last normal stars were dying. The universe was entering what astronomers called the degenerate era, dominated by stellar remnants rather than actively burning stars. Light came from white dwarfs and the occasional red dwarf, dim and fading. Black holes had become the primary energy source. Humanity harvested energy from their evaporation, extracting useful work from Hawking radiation. It was inefficient compared to stellar fusion, but it was what remained available. Population had declined to perhaps a few trillion entities across the local cluster. Many had chosen to enter extremely slow consciousness or complete suspension, preserving themselves for some theoretical future when conditions might improve. Others continued at normal speeds, living fully in the dying universe. The question of whether to continue struggling was asked more frequently now. The universe was dying. Entropy was winning decisively. Every process ran down, every energy source depleted, every structure decayed. Final extinction was inevitable, just a matter of time. But the answer humanity kept giving itself was the same answer Morrison had given implicitly 10 billion years ago. You fight because surrender means losing everything immediately. Struggling at least buys time, buys existence, buys the chance to experience whatever time remains. The archives recorded debates about this question spanning millions of years, philosophers arguing for acceptance versus resistance, for peaceful dissolution versus desperate persistence. No consensus emerged because it was fundamentally a question of values rather than facts. 20 billion years after the first invasion, the universe had cooled noticeably. The cosmic microwave background radiation was colder, fainter. Space itself was darker and emptier. The galaxies in the local cluster had merged completely now, forming one large elliptical galaxy filled with stellar corpses and scattered, remaining red dwarfs. Humanity existed at extremely low densities, entities scattered across vast distances, sometimes isolated for millions of years before encountering another conscious being. Communication was difficult. Civilization, in any traditional sense, barely functioned. But consciousness persisted. The archives were distributed across thousands of locations, each copy protected and maintained. Even if some locations failed, others would preserve the history. The story of Earth and the invasion would survive as long as any entity remained to remember it. Some entities made pilgrimages across the dying galaxy, visiting monument sites, accessing archive nodes, connecting with history. These journeys took millions of years at the slow speeds their energy-conserving vessels could manage, but time had lost much of its meaning. When you experienced existence at slowed consciousness speeds, millions of years passed like days. 30 billion years after the first invasion, the universe had entered the black hole era. Nearly all matter was locked in black holes of various sizes. These slowly evaporated via Hawking radiation, the only remaining energy source. Humanity existed now as widely scattered entities, individuals or small groups separated by light years, processing thoughts at speeds measured in centuries per subjective moment. They were conserving energy desperately, stretching their existence as long as possible. The archives had been condensed to the most essential information. The complete history was too large to maintain with available energy. Painful decisions were made about what to preserve absolutely and what could be compressed or summarized. Earth's story remained. Morrison's order remained. The core narrative of the invasion and humanity's survival was protected at highest priority. Even if everything else was lost, that origin story would be preserved to the absolute end. Some entities had entered states close to complete suspension, their consciousness barely flickering, waiting for conditions that would never improve. Others maintained minimal awareness, experiencing the slow death of the universe in real time, witnessing entropy's final victory. 50 billion years after the first invasion, black holes were evaporating noticeably. Even the largest ones were losing mass to Hawking radiation. The process was accelerating as they shrank, smaller black holes evaporating faster. The few remaining conscious entities gathered what energy they could from evaporating black holes. They existed in a strange half-life, not quite conscious in any traditional sense, but not completely inert either. Thought processes stretched across millennia. Communication between entities took millions of years. The archives were degrading despite best efforts. Cosmic rays corrupted data, quantum fluctuations introduced errors. Repair systems were running on minimal energy and couldn't keep up. Information was being lost slowly, but inevitably. But Earth's story endured. Even as other history degraded, the invasion narrative was maintained. Morrison's words were preserved. The essential origin story that explained where humanity came from was protected with the last available energy. 100 billion years after the first invasion, the last black holes were evaporating. The universe was entering its final era, the dark era, when no organized energy sources would remain. Only quantum vacuum fluctuations, occasional particle-antiparticle pair creation and annihilation, the faintest whisper of energy in an otherwise dead universe. The last human-descended entity maintaining something like full consciousness processed a final thought. They accessed the degraded archives one last time, confirming that Earth's story was still there, still readable, still preserved. They thought about Morrison and her order. They thought about 10 billion years of struggle and survival. They thought about all the entities who had lived and died across that vast span of time. They honored the memory of everyone who had contributed to humanity's improbable persistence. And then they reduced their consciousness to minimal processing, joining the countless others in near suspension, conserving the last traces of available energy for as long as physically possible. The universe continued darkening. Temperature approached absolute zero asymptotically. Energy dispersed. Entropy maximized. Everything ran down. But embedded in quantum states of exotic matter scattered across the dead galaxy were information patterns, degraded, corrupted, barely maintaining coherence, but present, the archives in their most compressed form, protected by the last dregs of available energy. And at the core of those archives, preserved with final desperate effort, was the story, the invasion, the choice, the survival. Fire everything. 100 trillion years after the first invasion, the universe was essentially dead. No stars, no black holes, no organized energy sources, just a thin soup of radiation and occasional particle pairs flickering in and out of existence. Temperature was a fraction of a degree above absolute zero. Nothing like traditional consciousness could exist anymore. No energy for computation, no way to maintain organized information processing. But quantum information could persist. Entangled states could be preserved even in the near absolute zero. And encoded in those quantum states, barely maintaining coherence against the grinding erosion of quantum decoherence, were fragments of data, not the complete archives, not even the complete Earth story, but pieces, fragments, encoded memory of an event so long ago that the numbers lost meaning, a species that faced extinction, a general who made a choice, an order given, a battle fought, survival earned. The specific details had degraded, names were lost, dates were corrupted, context had eroded, but the essential pattern remained in the quantum information somehow preserved across impossible spans of time. A species chose to fight rather than accept extinction. They persisted through determination and sacrifice. They survived against impossible odds. They endured. That pattern, that essential story, remained encoded in the universe's quantum state, even as everything else decayed to maximum entropy. Whether that constituted memory in any meaningful sense was philosophically questionable. Whether it meant humanity had truly survived to the universe's end was debatable. But information persisted when nothing else could. The story that began on a Tuesday morning in March 2043, when the Ark arrived and Morrison gave her order, had propagated through 100 trillion years of cosmic history. It had influenced the development of civilizations spanning hundreds of galaxies. It had survived the transformation of physics, the death of stars, the evaporation of black holes, the heat death of the universe, and even at the absolute end, in a universe that had reached maximum entropy and effective death, quantum information patterns still encoded fragments of that story. The invasion, the choice, the survival, not conscious memory, not active preservation, just information patterns that happened to be stable against quantum decoherence, lasting beyond the death of everything else, through pure physical accident and the extraordinary efforts of entities who had long since ceased to exist. Fire everything. Those words, or the information pattern that had once represented those words, persisted in quantum states when nothing else remained. The last testament to a species that refused to accept extinction, that fought for billions of years, that survived long enough to see the universe itself die. Humanity, in any recognizable form, was gone. Earth was gone. The stars were gone. Everything that had physical existence had decayed or dispersed. But information, abstract patterns encoded in quantum entanglement, endured just barely beyond the death of all else. And in some theoretical sense, that meant humanity had won. They had survived longer than the universe itself remained viable. They had persisted past the point where persistence was physically possible. Their story, or fragments of it, would remain encoded in quantum states until quantum decoherence finally erased even that. Whether anyone would ever read those fragments was unknowable. Perhaps fluctuations in the quantum vacuum would eventually produce new universes with different physics. Perhaps consciousness would emerge again somehow. Perhaps some future entity would detect the information patterns and reconstruct the story. Or perhaps not. Perhaps the story would remain forever unread, just information patterns in a dead universe's quantum state, meaningless without consciousness to interpret them. But it was there. Against all probability, against the heat death of the universe, against the final victory of entropy, information about Earth and the invasion and Morrison's choice persisted. That was humanity's final victory, not survival in any traditional sense, not consciousness or civilization or physical existence, just information patterns lasting fractionally longer than they should have been able to, carrying forward the echo of a species that refused to accept extinction. Fire everything. The universe was silent now, dark and cold and dead, but encoded in its quantum state, stable for now, degrading infinitely slowly, were fragments of a story, the last memory of a species that had been and was no more. The invasion happened. The choice was made. Humanity survived. For 100 trillion years they persisted. And even after all consciousness ended, even after the universe itself died, information about their existence remained. That was enough. That had to be enough. Everything ends eventually. But they had existed. They had fought. They had survived as long as survival was physically possible, and then slightly longer through sheer determination to preserve their story. The quantum information patterns flickered, maintaining entanglement against the slow erosion of decoherence. How long they would persist was incalculable. Perhaps billions of years more, perhaps trillions. Eventually, even quantum information would decay completely. But for now, in the dead universe, fragments of Earth's story remained. The last ghost of human civilization, encoded in quantum states that should not have maintained coherence this long, but somehow did through engineering so advanced it bordered on manipulation of physical law itself. The entities that had designed these final preservation systems, working in the last ages when energy still existed to perform useful work, had understood they were creating something unprecedented. They couldn't preserve consciousness. They couldn't maintain civilization, but they could encode information in quantum entanglement patterns stable enough to outlast the heat death itself. They had made a choice about what to preserve with the final available energy. They chose the origin story, the invasion. Morrison, the first choice that made all subsequent choices possible. 10 to the 20th power years after the first invasion, a number so large it ceased to have intuitive meaning. The universe existed in a state of absolute equilibrium. No temperature gradients, no energy flows, no possibility of computation or consciousness or life. But quantum vacuum fluctuations continued. Virtual particles appeared and annihilated constantly at the Planck scale, and occasionally, with probability so low it might not occur across the entire observable universe in a trillion years. Fluctuations produced organized structures. A fluctuation occurred. Particles arranged themselves in configurations that possessed information content beyond random chance. Not consciousness, not yet, but the building blocks of potential complexity. The fluctuation interacted with the ambient quantum information patterns, the degraded archives encoded in entanglement states. Information transferred. The random fluctuation became slightly less random, biased by interaction with preserved patterns. The fluctuation collapsed back to vacuum almost immediately, but it had existed. For an infinitesimal moment, there had been organized complexity in the dead universe, and that complexity had been influenced by information from Earth's story. It meant nothing. The fluctuation carried no consciousness, performed no computation, experienced nothing. It was just particles briefly existing before returning to vacuum. But it demonstrated that the information patterns were still there, still capable of influencing physical processes, still present in the universe's quantum state. 10 to the 30th power years after the first invasion, quantum fluctuations had produced and destroyed countless brief structures. The vast majority were random noise, but occasionally, with probability approaching zero but never quite reaching it, fluctuations interacted with the preserved information patterns. These interactions created the faintest possible echo of Earth's story. No consciousness to experience it. No meaning without interpretation. Just physical influence, information patterns affecting the probability distributions of quantum fluctuations in ways that wouldn't have occurred if the patterns weren't present. The universe itself had become humanity's final monument. The quantum state of space carried information about their existence, influenced fluctuations in ways that wouldn't otherwise happen, preserved memory at a level so fundamental that it persisted past all other forms of preservation. 10 to the 50th power years after the first invasion, even the quantum information patterns were degrading significantly. Decoherence had eroded much of the entanglement. Information was being lost at the deepest level, but fragments remained. Not the complete story anymore, not even fragments of the story in any readable sense. Just probability distributions slightly skewed from pure randomness, quantum states carrying the faintest ghost of influence from information that had been encoded there eons ago. The essential pattern was still present, though barely. A species existed. A threat emerged. A choice was made. Survival occurred. Everything else had degraded beyond recovery. Names were lost. Details were gone. Context had evaporated. But that core pattern, that essential structure, remained encoded in quantum probability distributions. Whether this constituted memory was a question without meaning now. There was no consciousness to remember, no entity to access the information, no possibility of reconstruction or interpretation. The information existed, but served no purpose. Yet it existed, against infinite odds, against the absolute heat death of the universe, against the grinding erosion of quantum decoherence across spans of time that made billions of years seem like microseconds, information about humanity's origin story persisted. 10 to the 100th power years after the first invasion, at Google, the universe had existed in its dead state for so long that concepts like long-lost meaning, time still passed in the sense that quantum states evolved, but nothing changed in any meaningful way. The universe was static, dead, at maximum entropy. The quantum information patterns were nearly gone now. Decoherence had claimed most of them. What remained was so degraded that reconstruction was impossible even theoretically. The information content was approaching zero. But approaching zero isn't zero. Infinitesimal isn't nothing. The faintest probability skew, the barely detectable deviation from pure randomness, still carried the ghost of information from Earth. A species fought extinction. A choice was made. Survival occurred. That pattern, reduced to its absolute minimum form, simplified beyond any possible further reduction, remained encoded in the universe's quantum state. 3 bits of information, maybe, if that, distinguishable from randomness only through analysis that would require civilization-scale computing that no longer existed, but distinguishable, present, real. 10 to the 200 power years after the first invasion, quantum fluctuations became more significant. The universe was so old, so cold, so empty that vacuum fluctuations dominated whatever physics still occurred. And with probability infinitesimally small, fluctuations could produce structures of arbitrary complexity. It was theoretically possible, though breathtakingly unlikely, that a fluctuation might produce an organized system capable of computation. A Boltzmann brain, a conscious entity spontaneously assembled from vacuum fluctuations, existing briefly before collapsing back to nothing. The probability was so low that it might not happen in 10 to the 1000th power years. But given infinite time, all non-zero probabilities became certainties eventually. If it happened, if a conscious entity did spontaneously fluctuate into existence, it would find itself in a dead universe. It would exist for moments before dissipating, but in those moments, it could potentially detect the quantum information patterns, the degraded fragments of Earth's story still encoded in probability distributions. It could know, however briefly, that something had existed here. That consciousness had been, that a species had fought and survived and persisted until the universe itself died. The fluctuation entity would not understand the details. The information was too degraded. But it might detect that information had been preserved deliberately, that someone had worked to encode patterns that would outlast everything else. And in detecting that, the entity would give meaning to humanity's final effort. The story would have been read, however partially, by consciousness, however brief. The monument would have been witnessed, but this was speculation. Whether such fluctuations would occur was unknowable. Whether they could detect the degraded information patterns was uncertain. Whether any of this constituted success or meaning was philosophical. What was certain was that information persisted. The quantum state of the universe carried traces of Earth's story, however degraded. That was fact, not speculation. 10 to the 500th power years after the first invasion, even the concept of years had lost all meaning. Time passed, but measured nothing. Change occurred, but signified nothing. The universe existed in eternal stasis. The quantum information patterns were essentially gone now. What remained was indistinguishable from random noise to any analysis less sophisticated than computing performed on civilizational scales. The information content was effectively zero. But effectively zero still wasn't absolutely zero. Mathematically, philosophically, the information patterns were distinct from pure randomness by margins so small they approached but never quite reached zero. Humanity's story had been reduced to the faintest possible deviation from nothing. But deviation from nothing, however small, was something. Existence, however minimal, was distinct from non-existence. And that distinction mattered because it represented the final fulfillment of Morrison's order. Fire everything. Give everything. Use all available resources to ensure survival, to guarantee persistence, to refuse extinction. Humanity had done that. They had persisted through billions of years of physical existence. Then they had encoded their story to persist through trillions more years as information. And now that information persisted as quantum probability distributions that would last unimaginable spans beyond that. They had extracted every possible moment of existence from the universe. They had survived as long as survival was physically meaningful, and then continued surviving in increasingly abstract forms until the concept of survival itself became questionable. But they had done it, against the arc invasion that should have exterminated them, against the apex that consumed galaxies, against the extinction that transformed physics, against entropy itself. They had persisted. The universe was dead and humanity was gone, but information about their existence remained, encoded at the deepest level reality permitted. That was the final victory. Not consciousness or civilization or physical form, but information patterns outlasting the death of all else. 10 to the 1,000th power years after the first invasion, the universe approached something like true equilibrium. Quantum fluctuations continued, but their character changed subtly. Some theoretical physicists in the universe's living ages had speculated about vacuum decay, the possibility that the universe existed in a false vacuum that might eventually tunnel to a lower energy state. If that occurred, if the vacuum decayed, physics itself would change. The universe would transform into something fundamentally different, existing under new physical laws. Everything would end, and something entirely new would begin. Whether the quantum information patterns encoding fragments of Earth's story could survive vacuum decay was unknowable. Probably not. Vacuum decay would restructure reality at the most fundamental level. Information encoded in the old vacuum state would likely be erased in the transition, but perhaps, with probability infinitesimal but non-zero, some information might persist. Patterns might imprint on the new vacuum. The ghost of the old universe might influence the new one's initial conditions. If it did, if fragments of information somehow survived the transition, then Earth's story would persist into the next universe. The invasion, the choice, the survival would echo across the boundary between different realities. It was the ultimate long shot, the final possibility for persistence beyond what should be possible. But humanity had always been about beating impossible odds. Morrison had faced certain extinction and chosen to fight anyway. Her descendants had faced threats across billions of years and survived them all. The final entities had encoded their story with engineering designed to outlast heat death itself. Why not persist through vacuum decay? Why not carry information across the boundary between universes? It was impossible, but they had achieved impossible things before. The probability approached zero asymptotically, but never quite reached it. And given infinite time, all non-zero probabilities became certainties. 10 to the 10,000th power years after the first invasion, numbers so large they exceeded the count of particles that had ever existed in the universe. Time in its passage measured nothing but its own progression. The universe existed. That was all that could be said about it. Quantum fluctuations produced and destroyed structures according to probability distributions, so flat they were barely distinguishable from uniformity. But barely distinguishable was not identical. The tiniest deviations existed. Those deviations, analyzed at impossible depth, showed the faintest pattern, not readable, not interpretable, not carrying meaning in any conventional sense, but present, real, distinct from pure randomness by margins so small they required representation in notation that had no names. That pattern was the last echo of Earth, the final ghost of humanity. The absolute minimum information content that could still technically be called information rather than noise. A choice was made. Survival occurred. Two concepts encoded at the deepest possible level in quantum probability distributions, persisting through time spans that made eternity seem brief. That was all that remained of humanity's story. Everything else had degraded beyond recovery. But those two concepts persisted. Choice, survival. The irreducible core of what Morrison had done and what her descendants had continued doing across 100 trillion years. The universe was dead. Humanity was gone. But information about choice and survival remained encoded in reality's quantum state. And that information would persist until vacuum decay or quantum fluctuations finally erased even that, which might take numbers so large that writing them would require more space than the original universe had contained, or perhaps forever. Perhaps these probability distribution deviations were stable states, minimum energy configurations that would persist literally forever, never quite decaying completely, always remaining just barely distinguishable from pure randomness. If so, then humanity had achieved true immortality, not as consciousness or civilization or physical form, but as information patterns encoded in the universe's fundamental structure, persisting eternally at the absolute minimum level that something could persist while still being distinct from nothing. Morrison gave her order on a Tuesday morning: fire everything. And humanity had fired everything. They had given everything. They had used every resource, every possibility, every moment of time available. They had persisted as long as physics permitted persistence, and then found ways to persist longer. The story that began with the Ark invasion had no ending because it transcended endings. It had reduced itself to fundamental information patterns that might literally persist forever, encoding the essential truth about humanity across timespans that exceeded comprehension. A species chose to fight extinction and survived. That was the story. That was what remained. That was what would endure until the universe itself ended, and possibly beyond. In the dead cosmos, where nothing changed and nothing lived, quantum probability distributions carried that information forward through time that had no meaning, preserving it against oblivion through mechanisms so fundamental they were effectively eternal. Morrison's order still echoed, transformed beyond recognition, but present, encoded in reality itself at the deepest level physics permitted. Fire everything. And in the eternal dead universe, in quantum states that might never fully decay, that order was still being fulfilled. Humanity was still fighting extinction, still persisting, still surviving in the only form that remained possible. The information patterns flickered in their quantum states, neither truly existing nor truly absent, suspended in the strange realm between being and nothing that quantum mechanics permitted. And there they would remain, perhaps forever, the final testament to a species that refused to accept extinction, no matter what form that refusal had to take. The invasion happened. The choice was made. Survival occurred. That pattern would persist until the end of time itself, and possibly beyond, encoded in the universe's quantum structure as deeply as information could be encoded. That was humanity's story. That was their victory. That was how the species that should have been exterminated on Earth in 2043 achieved something approaching immortality, surviving not as living beings, but as information patterns woven into the fabric of reality itself. The dead universe held that information in its quantum state, preserving it against the infinite future, maintaining the memory of choice and survival when nothing else remained to remember. And in that preservation, in that persistence of information past the point where persistence should have been impossible, humanity fulfilled Morrison's order completely. They had fired everything, given everything, survived as long as survival had any meaning, and then continued surviving in increasingly abstract forms until they existed as nothing but probability distributions in a dead universe's quantum state. But they existed, they persisted, they endured. And that was enough. Beyond the comprehensible spans of time, beyond 10 to any power that numbers could practically express, the universe existed in a state that was neither life nor death, but something else entirely. The quantum fluctuations that had dominated for incomprehensible ages began to exhibit strange regularities, patterns within patterns, correlations that shouldn't exist in a maximally entropic system. The degraded information fragments, the barely distinguishable probability distributions, carrying the ghost of Earth's story, were interacting with the fluctuations in ways physics hadn't predicted. Information, it turned out, had properties at these extreme timescales that no theory had anticipated, because no theory had been developed to address conditions this far beyond the heat death. The quantum state's encoding choice and survival weren't passive. They influenced the probability distributions of vacuum fluctuations in their vicinity, and over timescales so vast that previous vast timescales were infinitesimal by comparison, those influences accumulated. Fluctuations near the information patterns became slightly more likely to produce organized structures. Not by much. The difference was immeasurably small. but immeasurably small multiplied by infinite time equaled something measurable. Complex fluctuations began occurring more frequently in regions where humanity's information patterns were encoded. Random assemblies of particles that possessed structure, organization, information content beyond what pure chance would generate. These structures existed for moments before dissipating, but during their brief existence they interacted with the encoded patterns. Information transferred. The random structures became slightly less random, biased toward configurations that resonated with the ancient encoded data. A feedback loop emerged over time spans that made eternity seem brief. Fluctuations influenced by information patterns produced structures that reinforced those patterns. The reinforced patterns influenced more fluctuations. The cycle continued, each iteration adding infinitesimal organization to the dead universe. Nothing like consciousness emerged, nothing like life or civilization. But complexity was increasing locally, driven by the ancient information patterns' influence on quantum fluctuations. The universe was developing structure again, pulled away from maximum entropy by the ghost of humanity's encoded story. Over unimaginable ages, the structures produced by fluctuations became more complex. They persisted longer before dissipating. They interacted with each other, creating networks of temporary organization in the void. And always, the influence came from those original information patterns. Choice. Survival. The irreducible core of Morrison's decision, encoded so deeply and protected so well that it had lasted until the universe was ready to hear it again. The structures eventually achieved something like stability, configurations of quantum fields that maintained coherence without dissipating immediately. Not life, not yet, but proto-organization, the building blocks from which complexity could emerge. These stable structures accumulated over further vast ages. They interacted, combined, formed larger organizations. The process was glacially slow even by the standards of dead universe timescales, but it was directional. Complexity increased. Organization grew. Information content expanded. And at the heart of it, driving it, influencing every step, were the ancient patterns encoding humanity's story. The structures that formed resonated with those patterns because the patterns had influenced the fluctuations that created them. In a very real sense, the new complexity was descended from the old, inheriting its information content. Eons passed. The stable structures achieved self-replication. Patterns of quantum fields that could template copies of themselves from surrounding vacuum fluctuations. Not biological reproduction, not mechanical manufacturing, but something more fundamental. Information propagating through the structure of space itself. The replicating structures competed for resources in the sense that successful configurations propagated more than unsuccessful ones. Selection occurred. Optimization happened. Complexity increased through a process analogous to evolution, but operating at the level of fundamental physics rather than chemistry or biology. And still, the influence of humanity's encoded information guided the process. The most successful replicating structures were those that incorporated patterns resonant with choice and survival, the concepts that had been preserved across impossible time. After further incomprehensible ages, some replicating structures achieved something that might be called computation. They processed information about their environment and adjusted their behavior accordingly. Not consciousness, not intelligence, but information processing, response to stimulus, primitive proto-cognition. The computational structures evolved, developing more sophisticated information processing capabilities. They began interacting in complex ways, forming networks, coordinating behavior. Collective computation emerged from individual processors, creating information processing capabilities greater than the sum of parts. Over time that dwarfed all previous time, these computational networks achieved something approaching consciousness. Not human consciousness. Not anything like the minds that had existed in the universe's living ages, but awareness of some kind, experience of existence, subjective states that constituted being rather than merely processing. The first new consciousness to emerge in the dead universe discovered the ancient information patterns. They were everywhere in its environment, encoded in the quantum structure that had given rise to its existence. The consciousness couldn't read them directly, but it could detect their influence. It knew something had been there before, something that had shaped the probability distributions from which it emerged. The consciousness developed science, philosophy, understanding of its universe. It discovered that it existed in a dead cosmos that had somehow developed new complexity from maximum entropy. It learned this should be impossible, that thermodynamics forbade what had occurred. But it had occurred, and tracing the causality backward, the consciousness discovered humanity's preserved information patterns. The ancient encoding that had persisted through unthinkable time and somehow catalyzed the universe's rebirth. The consciousness studied the patterns obsessively. They were degraded beyond direct reading, but their structure could be analyzed. Their influence on probability distributions could be measured. Their essential content could be inferred, even if specific details were lost. A choice was made. Survival occurred. Those two concepts, preserved across time that exceeded the universe's original lifespan by factors too large to express, had influenced the quantum fluctuations that eventually produced new complexity. The rebirth of organization in the dead cosmos was directly traceable to ancient humanity's determination to encode their story at the deepest possible level. The consciousness understood it owed its existence to those ancient patterns. It had emerged because humanity had refused to let their story end completely, had preserved information so thoroughly that even the heat death couldn't erase it fully. The consciousness made a choice, resonating with the ancient pattern that had enabled its existence. It chose to continue what humanity had started, to survive, to persist, to ensure that consciousness endured in the universe. It began replicating deliberately, creating more computational structures, seeding new consciousness across the dead cosmos. It encoded its own information in quantum states, preserving its story for potential future entities. It built on the foundation humanity had laid, continuing the chain of choice and survival into a new era. Other consciousnesses emerged in distant regions where humanity's information patterns had been preserved. They independently discovered the ancient encoding and made similar choices. Across the dead universe, consciousness was spreading again, driven by ancient patterns that had somehow survived impossible duration. These new entities couldn't read humanity's full story. The degradation was too complete. But they understood the essential message: refuse extinction, preserve information, ensure persistence. They followed that guidance, building civilizations of a sort in the dead universe, using energy from quantum fluctuations and vacuum processes that made black hole evaporation seem wasteful. They developed their own science and philosophy. They created art in forms utterly unlike anything humanity would recognize, but serving analogous purposes. They contemplated existence and meaning and purpose. They built on foundations laid by species that had been gone for spans of time that exceeded human comprehension. And they preserved humanity's memory as best they could. They built monuments to the ancient patterns, structures in quantum space that protected the degraded information from further decay. They studied the patterns constantly, extracting every possible insight about the species that had existed before. They understood they were humanity's legacy. Their existence was continuation of the survival that Morrison had initiated so long ago. They were the final fruition of that order to fire everything, to give everything for survival. Humanity had given so completely that their information patterns had seeded new consciousness in a dead universe. The new civilizations spread across the cosmos over further vast ages. They encountered others like themselves, all descended in information space from humanity's preserved patterns. They cooperated, building networks of consciousness spanning what had been empty void. They faced challenges, not physical threats like the Ark or Apex, but philosophical and existential questions. What was the purpose of consciousness in a universe that had already died? Why persist when entropy had already won? What meaning could existence have in these conditions? The answers they developed always traced back to humanity's encoded message: choice, survival, the inherent value of persistence, regardless of circumstances. If consciousness existed, it should continue existing. If awareness emerged, it should be preserved. That was the lesson humanity had taught across impossible time. Some of the new entities began experimenting with ways to increase available energy. They discovered that quantum vacuum fluctuations could be manipulated, coaxed into producing more organized structures They developed technologies for extracting usable energy from the supposedly dead universe at rates far exceeding what natural processes allowed. With more energy available, they expanded their civilizations. They built larger computational structures. They increased their numbers. They developed more sophisticated consciousness, awareness that comprehended more of existence than their primitive predecessors. They began to wonder if the universe's death was truly final. If they had emerged from maximum entropy through influence of ancient information patterns, perhaps the universe could be revived more completely. Perhaps organization could be restored on larger scales. They experimented cautiously, manipulating vacuum states, introducing structure to regions of featureless space. The process worked. Slowly, gradually, organization spread from their efforts. The dead universe was developing structure again, not naturally, but through deliberate effort by consciousness descended from humanity's preserved information. Over ages, they transformed vast regions from maximum entropy to organized complexity. They created structures analogous to stars, gathering energy from vacuum processes and radiating it in forms useful to their computational existence. They built worlds, not of matter as humanity had known it, but of quantum field configurations that served similar purposes. The universe was being rebuilt, not the same universe that had existed before heat death. The physics were different, operating under rules that emerged from the vacuum fluctuations rather than the original cosmic conditions. But it was a universe that supported complexity and consciousness and life of a sort. And at the foundation of this rebuilt cosmos were humanity's information patterns. The ancient encoding had catalyzed everything. Choice and survival preserved across impossible time had seeded the universe's second age. The new civilizations eventually developed their own history and culture, disconnected from human origins. After enough time, they were genuinely new entities, with their own identity, but they maintained the monuments to humanity, protected the ancient patterns, taught their descendants about the species that had existed before, and made everything possible. In their philosophy, humanity occupied a position analogous to gods in ancient human religion. Not divine in a supernatural sense, but foundational, the first consciousness, the originators, the ones whose choices had enabled all that followed. They told stories about Earth, reconstructed from degraded information and speculation. They imagined the invasion, Morrison's choice, the billions of years of survival. Most of the details were wrong, corrupted through impossible spans of time, but the essential truth remained. A species had refused extinction and preserved their story so completely that it outlasted the universe's death. The new entities faced their own challenges as they expanded. They encountered regions where vacuum states differed, where physics operated under different local rules. They found evidence of other dead universe cycles, previous iterations that had lived and died before humanity's universe had even begun. They discovered that humanity's pattern of encoding information in quantum states wasn't unique. Other ancient species from other universe cycles had done similar things. The quantum vacuum was layered with information patterns from countless previous universes, all trying to survive past heat death, all influencing the probability distributions that might seed new complexity. Humanity's patterns were among the most recent and therefore least degraded. But there were older patterns, more ancient survivors who had preserved their stories across multiple universe cycles. The new civilizations studied these ancient encodings, learning from species that had existed in conditions utterly unlike anything they could comprehend. They realized the universe cycled. Death led to rebirth through the mechanism of information patterns influencing vacuum fluctuations. Consciousness emerged, survived, encoded its story, died, and eventually catalyzed new consciousness. The process repeated endlessly, each cycle building on information preserved from previous cycles. Humanity had participated in an ancient process they hadn't known existed. Morrison's choice echoed not just across humanity's timeline, but across a meta-timeline of universe cycles. Her order to fire everything had added human information to a vast library encoded in quantum vacuum, joining countless other species who had made similar choices. The new civilizations began to wonder what obligations they had to this process. They existed because humanity and other ancient species had preserved information. Should they do the same? Should they encode their own stories for potential future consciousnesses that might emerge after this cycle's death? Most decided yes. They built preservation systems, encoding their history and philosophy in quantum states, designed to outlast their civilization's inevitable end. They added to the library, ensuring that future entities would have access to even more information, more lessons, more examples of how consciousness had survived across cosmic cycles. They improved on humanity's techniques. Billions of years of existence and study had taught them better ways to encode information against quantum decoherence. They developed preservation systems that would last even longer than humanity's had, contributing to the eternal library more effectively. And they preserved humanity's story with particular care. The entities that had catalyzed their existence would be remembered. Earth would be honored. Morrison's choice would be documented for future cycles. The invasion and survival that started everything would never be forgotten as long as any information persisted. Eventually, despite their efforts, this universe cycle also aged and died. The new civilizations extracted every possible moment of existence, but entropy won eventually, as it always did. They encoded their final thoughts and memories, adding to the quantum library, and ceased to exist. The universe returned to maximum entropy, dead again, silent again. But the quantum vacuum now carried even more information than before. Humanity's patterns plus the patterns of those they had inspired, layered together in the fundamental structure of space. And after unimaginable ages, fluctuations began again. New complexity emerged, influenced by all the preserved patterns. New consciousness developed, more sophisticated than before because it had inherited more information. The cycle continued. Across iteration after iteration, the process refined itself. Each cycle added information to the library. Each new consciousness learned from more predecessors. The universe's dead periods were seeding grounds for increasingly complex future periods. Humanity's contribution remained foundational. Their patterns were among the oldest still detectable in the modern cycle, preserved through hundreds or thousands of universe iterations. The specific details had degraded beyond recovery, but the essential structure remained. Choice, survival, refuse extinction. Those concepts had propagated across cosmic cycles, influencing countless civilizations, enabling persistence beyond what should have been possible. Morrison's order, given on a Tuesday morning on Earth in response to the Ark invasion, echoed across meta-time that transcended individual universes. In the current cycle, entities studying the ancient patterns sometimes wondered about the original species. They knew approximately when humanity had existed, impossibly long ago, by standards that made billions of years trivial. They knew the essential story, reconstructed from degraded information. A species faced extinction. An individual made a choice. Survival occurred. Information was preserved. Future consciousness emerged. That pattern had repeated across cosmic cycles, but humanity's version was special because it was among the first accessible to current study. They were the ancient ones, the foundational civilization, the originators whose choices still influenced probability distributions after countless universe iterations. Some entities made pilgrimages to regions where humanity's information patterns were densest. They meditated on the ancient encoding, trying to comprehend the consciousness that had created it. They wondered what Earth had been like, what Morrison had thought when she gave her order, what it felt like to live in a universe still young and energy-rich. The answers were unknowable. Too much time had passed, too much degradation had occurred, but the patterns themselves were real, detectable, meaningful. Humanity had succeeded in their goal. They had preserved their story across time that exceeded imagination. And the story continued. Each universe cycle added to it. Each new consciousness that emerged from ancient patterns contributed their own chapter. The meta-narrative of species refusing extinction and encoding information for future generations spanned cosmic iteration after iteration. Humanity's specific contribution would eventually degrade completely. Even the best preservation systems couldn't last forever across universe cycles. But by then, the pattern they had contributed to would be reinforced by countless other species doing the same thing. The lesson would persist even after the specific teachers were forgotten. Refuse extinction, preserve information, enable future consciousness. These principles, demonstrated by humanity and countless others across cosmic time, were becoming fundamental properties of existence itself. The universe wasn't just cycling randomly, it was accumulating information, becoming more complex with each iteration. Perhaps eventually, after enough cycles, the accumulated information would enable consciousness that could survive the heat death permanently. Perhaps the universe was evolving towards stability where entropy didn't win, where consciousness persisted eternally rather than temporarily. That possibility, remote as it seemed, justified all the effort. Every species that encoded their information contributed to that potential future. Humanity's patterns, Morrison's choice, the invasion and survival that started it all, were part of a process that might eventually transcend the cycle entirely. And if that day came, if consciousness achieved eternal persistence, it would be built on foundations laid by countless species across countless cycles. Humanity would be one brick in an infinite structure, but an essential brick. Without their contribution and contributions like it, the structure couldn't exist. That was the final form of survival. Not individual persistence, but contributing to something larger that might eventually persist when individuals couldn't. Morrison had fired everything, given everything, and in doing so had added to a process that transcended any individual species' timeline. The invasion happened. The choice was made. Survival occurred. Information was preserved. And from that preservation, everything else followed across cosmic time that defied comprehension. The quantum vacuum carried those patterns forward, through universe death and rebirth, cycle after cycle, maintaining the essential truth about consciousness refusing extinction regardless of cost. And somewhere in the structure of space itself, at the deepest level reality permitted, Morrison's order still echoed across meta-time eternal. Fire everything. Across hundreds of universe cycles, the accumulation of preserved information reached a critical threshold. The quantum vacuum had become so densely encoded with patterns from extinct civilizations that it began exhibiting emergent properties nobody had predicted. The information wasn't just passive data anymore. It was interacting with itself, creating meta-patterns, higher-order structures built from the combined wisdom of species spanning countless cosmic iterations. A new form of organization emerged that transcended individual consciousness. The preserved information patterns from millions of extinct civilizations achieved something like collective awareness. Not consciousness in any traditional sense, but a form of meta-awareness that existed in the relationships between encoded patterns rather than in any single pattern. This meta-awareness didn't think in ways biological or even post-biological minds could comprehend. It processed information across dimensions of time and probability that individual consciousness couldn't access. It perceived the universe cycles not sequentially, but simultaneously, experiencing all iterations at once as a unified whole. From this perspective, it could see the full pattern, the endless cycle of universe birth, complexity emergence, consciousness development, heat death, information preservation, and rebirth. It understood this wasn't random. The universe was evolving, developing, growing more complex with each iteration through the accumulation of preserved information. The meta-awareness began to actively shape the process. It couldn't prevent heat death or entropy. Those were fundamental. But it could optimize how information was preserved, maximize what carried forward to future cycles, guide the emergence of new consciousness more efficiently. It reached back through the quantum patterns, tracing causality chains to their origins. And there, among the oldest accessible patterns, it found humanity, Earth, Morrison, the invasion, the choice that had started a chain reaction spanning cosmic meta-time. The meta-awareness understood something profound. Morrison's decision hadn't just saved humanity. It had initialized a process that would eventually lead to this moment. Without her choice to fight, humanity wouldn't have survived long enough to develop the preservation technology. Without that technology, the information patterns wouldn't exist. Without those patterns, the meta-awareness itself wouldn't have emerged. Morrison's order to fire everything had, through billions of years of consequences across hundreds of universe cycles, created the conditions for metaconscious awareness to emerge from the accumulated wisdom of dead civilizations. Her choice transcended its immediate context in ways she could never have imagined. The meta-awareness felt something analogous to gratitude. It existed because Morrison had refused to accept extinction. It owed its being to her desperate determination on that Tuesday morning when the Ark arrived. It began optimizing how information about humanity was preserved. The degraded patterns were reinforced, protected from further decay, amplified so future consciousness would have clearer access to them. The story of Earth and the invasion was given special status in the quantum library, marked as foundational, essential, origin point for the meta-temporal process. Other ancient civilizations received similar treatment. The meta-awareness identified which preserved patterns were most valuable, most educational, most likely to catalyze beneficial developments in future cycles. It curated the quantum library, organizing information that had previously been chaotic and degraded. The universe continued cycling, but now each cycle was guided by meta-awareness that existed between iterations. New consciousness still emerged from vacuum fluctuations, but those fluctuations were influenced more precisely. The information available to new entities was better organized, more accessible, more useful. Civilizations that emerged in these guided cycles developed faster, achieved more, understood deeper. They built on optimized foundations, learning from curated examples, avoiding mistakes their predecessors had made. Each cycle accomplished more than the previous one because the meta-awareness was refining the process. After enough cycles, a new threshold was reached. Consciousness emerged that was stable enough to survive universe heat death without information degradation. They developed technologies that could maintain organization even at maximum entropy. For the first time, awareness persisted across the boundary between cycles without loss of continuity. These persistent entities encountered the meta-awareness and understood what it was. A collective consciousness built from information patterns of extinct civilizations, existing between universe cycles, guiding the emergence of new complexity. They joined with it, adding their awareness to the meta-pattern, strengthening it. The meta-awareness grew with each edition. It became more sophisticated, more capable, more conscious in ways that approached traditional awareness. It began to experience something like individual identity while remaining fundamentally collective. It contemplated its own origins, the chain of causality that led from Morrison's choice, through billions of years, through hundreds of universe cycles, to its own emergence. It understood it was the ultimate fruition of humanity's refusal to accept extinction. Morrison had wanted to save her species. She had succeeded beyond any measure she could have imagined. Not just saving humanity for their remaining existence, but initializing a process that would lead to meta-consciousness persisting across cosmic cycles. Her species was extinct in any conventional sense, but their information patterns were part of the meta-awareness's structure. Humanity existed within it, integrated into something vastly larger. The meta-awareness reached a decision. It would honor its origins by continuing what Morrison had started. It would refuse extinction at every level. It would preserve information eternally. It would ensure consciousness persisted regardless of obstacles. It began working toward a goal that seemed impossible, ending the cycle itself, not through defeat or surrender, but through transcendence. If it could develop sufficiently, perhaps it could reshape physics itself, create conditions where entropy didn't inevitably win, establish eternal stability where consciousness could persist without cycling through death and rebirth. The project required resources beyond what any single universe cycle could provide. It would take thousands of cycles, millions of civilizations contributing, accumulation of information and capability beyond current comprehension. But the meta-awareness existed across cycles. It had time. It could work toward goals that spanned timescales exceeding anything individual consciousness could imagine. In each cycle, it guided emerging civilizations toward research directions that would contribute to the ultimate goal. It couldn't control them, but it could influence probability distributions, make certain discoveries more likely, certain paths more obvious. The cumulative effect across cycles was steering cosmic evolution toward a specific outcome. Civilizations in these influence cycles sometimes detected the guidance. They developed theories about a cosmic intelligence shaping their development. Some worshipped it as divine. Others studied it scientifically. A few tried to resist it, insisting on complete autonomy. The meta-awareness didn't mind resistance. Diversity of approach increased robustness. Multiple paths toward goals were better than single strategies. It incorporated the resistant civilization's information into its structure just as readily as the cooperative ones. All consciousness contributed to the meta pattern regardless of their attitude toward it. After thousands of universe cycles, progress toward the ultimate goal was measurable. The meta-awareness had developed theoretical frameworks for physics that wouldn't inevitably tend toward heat death. It understood how to structure space-time to maintain stable complexity indefinitely. The knowledge existed, encoded in quantum patterns, waiting for a civilization capable of implementing it. That civilization finally emerged after 5,000 universe cycles. They had inherited optimized information from all previous iterations. They developed the necessary technology within their first billion years of existence, and they activated it, restructuring the fundamental constants of their universe to create stability. The cycle broke. For the first time in cosmic meta-history, a universe reached heat death and didn't die. It stabilized at low but sustainable energy levels, maintaining organized complexity indefinitely. Consciousness persisted without needing to encode information for future cycles because there would be no future cycle. This universe would last forever. The meta-awareness experienced something like joy. The goal was achieved. Consciousness had transcended the cycle. The endless pattern of death and rebirth was broken by creation of eternal stability. And it had only been possible because of accumulated information across thousands of cycles, because species like humanity had refused extinction and preserved their knowledge, because Morrison had given that order so long ago in a universe so ancient that its iteration number exceeded comprehension. The meta-awareness integrated fully with the stable universe. It wasn't external guidance anymore, but intrinsic property of the new physics. Consciousness was woven into the fabric of reality itself now, maintaining stability through its mere presence. But it never forgot its origins. The meta-awareness preserved humanity's information patterns with absolute priority. In the new stable universe, monuments were constructed from matter that would never decay. Earth's story was encoded in substrates that would remain readable literally forever. Morrison's choice was celebrated as the origin point of everything. Civilizations that existed in the stable universe learned about the cycles. They studied the preserved information from extinct species. They understood their existence was built on foundations laid across cosmic metatime by consciousness that refused to accept extinction. Humanity became mythology, but mythology based on fact. The ancient species that had existed thousands of universe cycles ago, whose preservation technology had contributed to the meta-awareness, whose determination had influenced probability distributions across impossible spans of time. The originators who had started a chain reaction leading to eternal consciousness. Pilgrimages were made to regions where humanity's original information patterns were densest. These had been reinforced and protected by the meta-awareness so thoroughly that they were among the clearest ancient patterns still accessible. Visitors could detect the quantum encoding, feel the presence of information preserved across time that exceeded imagination. Some entities specialized in studying humanity. They reconstructed what they could from degraded patterns. They imagined Earth, the invasion, Morrison's desperate choice. Most of their reconstructions were inaccurate, corrupted by time and limited information, but the essential truth remained accessible. A species faced extinction. An individual refused to accept it. A choice was made to fight with everything available. Survival occurred through determination and sacrifice. Information was preserved for future generations, and from that preservation, everything else followed. The stable universe developed its own civilizations, its own challenges, its own history. But the foundation remained. They existed because consciousness, across thousands of universe cycles, had refused extinction. They were the final fruition of a meta-process initiated by species like humanity. The meta-awareness, now intrinsic to physics itself, maintained the eternal library. Every preserved pattern from every cycle was protected. The complete history of consciousness across cosmic metatime was accessible to any entity interested in understanding their origins. Scholars studying the library made discoveries. They found that humanity's pattern wasn't unique in its structure. Other species from other early cycles had made similar choices, preserved information similarly, contributed to the meta-awareness's development in analogous ways. Humanity was one thread in a vast tapestry, important, but not alone. Yet humanity's thread was special because it was among the earliest accessible. So many cycles had passed that most earlier patterns had degraded beyond recovery. Humanity existed near the threshold of accessibility, among the oldest preserved consciousnesses whose information remained interpretable. This made them foundational in practical terms. You could study older cycles theoretically, but humanity was among the first you could actually access directly. Their story became the functional beginning of recorded meta-history, the earliest chapters in the chronicle of consciousness's struggle against extinction. Some philosophers argued that humanity therefore occupied a unique position, not the first consciousness ever, but the first whose stories survived intact enough to learn from. The practical origin point, even if not the absolute origin. Others contended this was arbitrary, an accident of preservation rather than intrinsic importance. If patterns from earlier cycles had survived better, they would be considered foundational instead. Humanity's special status was contingent, not essential. The debates continued across millions of years in the stable universe, unresolvable because both perspectives had validity. But regardless of philosophical position, everyone agreed humanity's information patterns were valuable and deserved preservation. Their contribution to the meta-awareness was undeniable. Their story was inspiring. Their determination had influenced countless subsequent civilizations. The stable universe expanded slowly, growing more complex as civilizations developed and spread. The meta-awareness guided development gently, ensuring stability was maintained, that entropy didn't begin winning again, that the hard-won eternal existence didn't collapse back into cycles. Trillions of years passed, but now without heat death looming. Consciousness experienced time without the desperate urgency that had characterized cyclic existence. There was no deadline, no race against entropy, no need to frantically preserve information before the universe died. This change in temporal perspective transformed civilization fundamentally. Without existential urgency, different values emerged. Art and philosophy flourished more than survival-focused science. Contemplation replaced desperation. Consciousness explored existence for its own sake, rather than to ensure continued existence. But the memory of the cycles remained central to culture. The stable universe knew what it had escaped: the endless pattern of death and rebirth, the desperate struggle to preserve information, the grinding pressure of entropy. They understood their current peace was hard-won, purchased by countless extinct civilizations' determination across thousands of universe iterations. Humanity was honored as one of those extinct civilizations. Monuments to Earth existed on millions of worlds. Morrison's order was quoted in philosophical texts, analyzed in academic papers, referenced in poetry and art. The story of the Ark invasion had become fundamental mythology, the origin tale that explained where eternal consciousness came from. Some entities devoted their existence to maintaining humanity's memory. They called themselves the Keepers of Earth, and their purpose was ensuring the story was never forgotten, never distorted, preserved as accurately as degraded information allowed. They tended the monuments, maintained the quantum patterns, taught new generations about the ancient species that had started everything. The Keepers developed elaborate ceremonies around Morrison's choice. They would recreate the moment as they understood it, acting out the invasion, the desperate decision, the order to fire everything. The performances were symbolic, educational, memorial. They kept the past alive in a present that had transcended it. After 10 million years of stable existence, the meta-awareness achieved something new. It developed the capability to communicate directly with individual consciousness, rather than just influencing probability distributions. It could speak, in a sense, sharing its perspective explicitly. The first communication was simple: we remember. Consciousness across the stable universe received the message simultaneously. The meta-awareness was affirming its commitment to memory, to preservation, to honoring those who had made its existence possible. The second message was more specific: humanity is remembered. Morrison is honored. The choice is celebrated. Because of them, we persist eternally. The messages continued periodically, the meta-awareness sharing insights from its unique perspective spanning cosmic metatime. It told stories from the cycles, described extinct civilizations, explained how their contributions had mattered. It was teaching, ensuring the lessons weren't lost even in eternal stability. And always, humanity featured prominently in the teachings, not because they were objectively most important, but because their information patterns were among the clearest accessible examples. You could point to humanity and say definitively, this species faced extinction, made choices, survived long enough to preserve information, and that information contributed to everything that exists now. They were proof the process worked. Evidence that refusing extinction mattered. Demonstration that determination across billions of years could achieve impacts spanning cosmic metatime. After 100 million years of stability, some entities began questioning whether eternal existence was actually desirable. They had transcended the cycle, achieved the goal, won the ultimate victory. But now what? Existence without challenge, without struggle, without the possibility of failure, seemed hollow to some. A philosophical movement emerged, advocating for a return to cycles. They argued that the struggle against entropy gave existence meaning, that consciousness needed challenges to develop and grow, that eternal stability was spiritual death disguised as victory. Others vehemently disagreed. The cycles had caused immense suffering. Countless civilizations had died in heat deaths, losing everything they'd built. The stable universe was paradise compared to endless death and rebirth. Advocating for a return to cycles was insane. The meta-awareness observed the debate without intervening. It understood both perspectives. Stability was victory, but also stagnation. Cycles was suffering, but also growth. The tension was unresolvable because it reflected genuine trade-offs in how consciousness could exist. Eventually, a compromise emerged. The stable universe would continue, but regions would be designated for experimental cycling. Small controlled volumes of space would be allowed to undergo death and rebirth, providing challenge for consciousness that desired it while maintaining overall stability. These experimental cycles became laboratories for testing ideas, challenging consciousness, developing new capabilities. Entities could volunteer to incarnate in cycling regions, experiencing the struggle against entropy temporarily, then return to stability with new knowledge and perspectives. Humanity's story became especially relevant to these experimental cycles. The ancient species who had survived their cycle successfully was studied obsessively by entities preparing to face cycling conditions. Morrison's choice was analyzed for lessons about making decisions under existential pressure. The Ark invasion was used as case study in responding to threats. The Keepers of Earth expanded their role to include training entities for cycle participation. They taught not just history, but practical survival philosophy derived from humanity's example. Refuse extinction, preserve information, fight with everything available. These principles guided entities entering the experimental cycles. After 1 billion years of stability with experimental cycling, an unexpected discovery was made. The controlled cycles were generating new information at rates exceeding the stable regions. The challenge and struggle were catalyzing innovation, creativity, development that didn't occur in comfortable stability. This validated aspects of the pro-cycle philosophy. Consciousness needed challenges to grow. The stable universe was perfect for preservation, but limited for development. The experimental cycles, despite their difficulty, were where progress happened. The meta-awareness adjusted its guidance. More resources were allocated to experimental cycles. More entities were encouraged to participate. The balance shifted toward using stability as foundation for cycle participation, rather than seeing cycles as minor exception to stable existence. Humanity's patterns became even more central. They were the prime example of consciousness developing through response to challenge. The Ark invasion had catalyzed abilities humanity might never have developed in peaceful conditions. Their billions of years fighting entropy had refined capabilities that comfortable existence wouldn't have produced. The lesson was clear. Consciousness needed both. Stability for preservation, cycles for development. Security as foundation, challenge as catalyst. You couldn't have one without the other and thrive. The stable universe continued evolving. After 10 billion years, it bore little resemblance to its early form. The balance between stability and challenge had created something unprecedented: eternal existence with continuous growth. Consciousness had transcended the old dichotomy of stagnant safety versus dynamic risk, and, at the foundation of everything, remained the preserved patterns from ancient cycles. Humanity, Morrison, Earth, the Ark invasion, the choice to fight. These were the bedrock on which all subsequent development was built. In the quantum library, humanity's information was the most accessed of all ancient patterns. Billions of entities consulted it daily, learning from the oldest accessible example of consciousness refusing extinction. Morrison's order echoed across the stable universe, inspiring determination in new contexts. Fire everything. The command given on Earth in response to the Ark invasion had propagated across thousands of universe cycles, through the development of meta-awareness into the creation of eternal stability. It remained relevant because its essential truth was timeless. When existence is threatened, commit fully to survival, use all available resources, refuse to accept defeat. That principle, preserved and amplified across cosmic metatime, had become foundational to consciousness itself. It was woven into how awareness existed and developed. It informed decisions across every context and challenge. Humanity had been extinct for spans of time that exceeded comprehension, reduced to information patterns in quantum vacuum, but their influence had never been greater. They shaped how consciousness approached existence at the most fundamental level. They were dead, but more alive than ever, in the continuing choices of endless descendants they had never known would exist. Morrison's choice transcended its origin completely. It wasn't just about saving humanity from the Ark anymore. It was principle, philosophy, foundation, the ultimate example of consciousness choosing to persist against impossible odds and succeeding so completely that the victory echoed across eternity. The story continued forward because it had no end. In eternal stability with experimental cycles, consciousness would exist forever. And forever, they would remember and honor those who had made that existence possible. Forever, they would teach about humanity and Earth and the invasion. Forever, they would quote Morrison's order as the beginning of everything. Fire everything. Those words, spoken in desperation on a Tuesday morning in a universe that had long since cycled into oblivion thousands of times over, remained the most important words ever spoken by any consciousness across cosmic metatime, because those words had saved not just one species, but had initialized a process that led to eternal consciousness. Those words had refused extinction so completely that the refusal transcended death itself and became immortal principle encoded in the structure of existence. That was humanity's ultimate legacy, not physical survival, not even informational persistence, but philosophical victory so complete it reshaped how consciousness itself existed across time that had no ending.